to a virtual. You had a lot of information thrown at you on Tuesday, and we're going to do more of the same today. We think that it's helpful to get exposure to these topics, but I think one of the big things that comes out of the boot camp trainings is just getting to know different resources, getting to know different people, getting to know the instructors, and you're going to get to do a lot more of that in person next week or the first week of May. But for now, we're doing virtual, and we're going to record this. So if you want access to it later, we can get that to you as well. Our first presentation for today is going to be Dayana Barnes. Dayana Barnes is a resource conservationist in the state office here in Harrisburg for NRCS, and she's going to talk to us about social and physical factors and conservation planning. So Dayana, with that, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Tim. Like Tim said, I'm a resource conservationist in the state office in Harrisburg. A lot of you are here because you are planning on getting your certification, Certified Planner Level 3. So you will be working a lot with me at some point, trying to make sure you have all your trainings. This is one of your prerequisites for both Level 1 and Level 2 planners. And then at the end of this process, I will be reviewing your Module 9 plan. So I'm hoping to meet you all at some point. It's great to be here, so let's get started. Let me share here. Okay, does that look good, Tim?
Yeah, it's not in presentation mode yet. Okay. I see there you go. Now I see it. Looks good.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so like Tim said, I'm going to be talking about integrating social and physical factors in conservation planning. So how do our customers make decisions, and what factors influence their decisions? So here we can see a representation of the conservation planning environment and what factors kind of influence that environment or process. So we can see some of them are legal or policy, social or cultural, the natural resources, and economic. So the perfect environment will be being in the middle there. But realistically, sometimes it's kind of shift depending on the interest of the farmer or why have they requested some assistance. Could it be because maybe they have a legal issue and they're required to get a conservation plan or fix an issue at their farm? It kind of depends. And these factors can actually influence the process in a positive or negative way. It could go either way. And sometimes one can affect the other also. So to provide an example, let's say, there's soil erosion in a farmer's field, they're losing soil, but they've been moldboard plowing for generations. That's the norm. That's how they've been doing it. And they're not really looking for change, right? So that's kind of gonna impact this environment in a negative way, because we're probably gonna recommend maybe going no-till. But again, they're not willing to change. Or if they are willing to change, maybe they don't have the funds to buy a no-till planter. So then it will be shifting more to that economic side of it. They do want it, but do they have the funds? And that's where maybe we could come in to help out and so on. So that's kind of like an example showing you guys what these factors can do to our process and when we're doing our planning. So some things farmers may not be aware of when making decisions or trying to decide what they would like to do. On-site and off-site causes and consequences of erosion and other natural resources problems, right? Sometimes we're just looking maybe at their farm, but we're not really seeing what's happening upstream or what could happen downstream, right? So those are things to consider when we're planning or trying to fix a problem. Maybe the problem is coming from the farm upstream. So those are things to consider and let them know that they need to be aware of. The short and long-term benefits of conservation. That's another one that is sometimes kind of tricky, and they don't see that long-term benefit. This happens a lot when maybe with cover crops and other crop rotation and other crop field practices that we sometimes recommend, we do see the benefit, but long term, right? The types and sources of available assistance, they might not be aware that assistance is available out there, financial assistance for the implementation of practices. The nature of NRCS conservation plans, voluntary implementation, right? So NRCS is voluntary, and our conservation plans are sometimes voluntary implementation. Like they are agreeing that they're going to be doing those things, but if they're not attached to a contract, then it just kind of depends on them. And that alternative practice systems can be custom designed to meet their needs and site-specific conditions. Sometimes they're thinking that something might not work in their farm, but they're not thinking that we can make it work, and it could be designed to meet their needs. Okay, so some obstacles that farmers encounter during this process as well are economic, agronomic, and environmental costs and benefits of alternative practices, assistance, or agency programs. So they might not have the necessary information to make decisions based on these things. Community constraints as an obstacle that they can see or happened. The absence of support from leaders, family, friends, and neighbors. This pertains a lot sometimes to the Plain Tech community. Maybe their bishop doesn't allow them to get financial assistance from the government or assistance in general. I've seen that happen before. Sometimes they do take the assistance as far as obtaining the conservation plan, the signs, and so on, but they're not allowed to take the funds, right? So that can impact some of these this process. Absence of active community support structures, such as districts, salespeople, or local USDA offices. This can mean sometimes farmers have to travel a long way. There's, for example, counties that do not have an FSA office. They have to travel to the neighboring county to report their crops, and things like that. So that active community support is absence in that way, or making it a little bit more, trouble to get to. Unequal access to information, financial assistance, technical assistance, and support. This could be like related to the underserved groups. For example, unequal access to information. Do we have information posted in other languages, or are Hispanics farmers being provided the same information that's out there in English? So things like that is what I'm trying to convey here. Other obstacles are organizational barriers. So conflicting messages from different sources, right? Sometimes farmers work with multiple agencies and they might be getting different information, not because it's wrong, but maybe because we have different requirements, or, just it's policy with one agency, but not the other. So sometimes this could be like, let's say, we are recommending that the string bank fencing needs to be placed 35 feet from the bank, right? Maybe because they're going for financial assistance and they're doing a manure pit in their farm. So for us, that's a requirement, but maybe they're dealing with another agency that is requiring them to just fence it out, no necessary amount of feet. Or maybe then we have somebody that's trying to sign up for CREP, and they're telling them that the stream bank fencing needs to be 50 feet. So then they get all confused. What is it, 50? Is it 35? Is it nothing at all? So things like that can maybe create some confusion. Confusion over the roles and responsibilities among various agencies. Again, this goes with what I was just kind of saying, but this could mean also like other legal policy and laws and regulations that are out there. Dan was talking about that on Tuesday, some of the laws, and then some of the state laws that are out there that DEP kind of presented. Lack of coordination between and among agencies. Again, I'm being kind of repetitive here, but some of the things and this could mean like providing funding and we getting together to see what could help the farmers. So sometimes farmers are trying to seek some sort of way to receive a loan or things like that to be able to cover that cost while they're trying to build the practice that we're going to be providing that reimbursement at the end, right? So maybe FSA has um, helpful tips that could be able to provide that loan or things like that. So, getting together and providing the best of the information that we have. Economic obstacles, lack of cash or credit for producers' share of cost. So here again, we're talking maybe they do want to proceed with the project, but do they have that cash or available funds that they can move forward with that project, or limited cash flow while waiting for government reimbursement? Again, things to consider that might be an obstacle for farmers when trying to make a decision. Landlord-tenant relationship. This is something that we see often. Short-term leases may serve as obstacles to installation and maintenance of practices or systems. A lot of farmers do not own their land. They either have a short-term lease or they have a handshake agreement, and they're sometimes not sure, well, should I be putting my money towards this farm that I don't own? Would I be able to manage it as long as I want? So as things to have in mind. Here we can also think about the land of control form that we require when they do not own the land. So is the owner going to be willing to sign that form for them? So again, things to consider. Program participation may require long-term commitments. Sometimes most of our contracts, depending if it's a system that we're trying to put together and install, are usually 3-year contracts. So are they going to be able to commit for that term? So again, things to talk about and consider. Practice preference. So this is what they're looking when they're trying to make a decision. This is the preferences that they're looking on that practice. So they wanted it to be economical feasible, right? They want it to be observable, simple to use, and divisible into manageable parts. And this goes along with like in the implementation. Can it be implemented in parts? So the things that can influence their decision when they're trying to pick and choose, or which one works better for them, right? Is it compatible with a farmer's beliefs, ideas, and management style? We want it to be, right? So that's something they're looking for too also. And is it flexible? Fits easy into the management of their operation. Okay, so here are like the stages in the adoption process. So this is when somebody is not aware of new technology, new practices. What is that process, and how do they come about? So awareness, this is going to be the first step. This is when the producer or farmer becomes conscious of that new technology or practice. It could be through a media bite, it could be through a neighbor, consultant, it could be from us, from an RCS. So they just become aware that either exists or it could be possible in their land, but they're lacking details, right? They want to know more about that new practice that we've introduced, or the possibility of that practice in their operation or form. Then the second step would be interest. They become more interested in it. They want more information. They want to know how it would fit in their operation. So here they're gonna seek out like either they're gonna reach out to neighbors, they're gonna reach out to consultants. Maybe they're gonna require or ask us to provide more information. They just want to get familiar with it. They want to know, is it gonna be applicable to me? Can I use it or not? Then the evaluation process comes in. This is our third stage. Here he's going to ask a lot of questions and try to apply that practice to their operation. If I do, will I gain? Will the gains be worth if I change what I'm currently doing? So things like that. And here again, they're gonna kind of pursue friends and people that maybe have done it, trusted, that they're trusted in the community, and so on. Then comes the fourth stage. This is the trial. So here, the producer concludes that the practice has potential and he wants to try it, right? And here's where we come in. Here is where they want to try it either in a small field, and let's put, for example, cover crop. We sometimes have a lot of cover crop contracts that are just a small acreage of their operation because they want to try it. They want to see if it works. And if they're unable to try this practice, this is where like pilot programs or field days or cover crop walks come in handy. Here's where we want to invite them to other places to kind of see how this practice is working for others and what's their experience. So here is where those activities or outreach activities that we do come in handy. So again, they're wanna see if it works. Then the adoption stage. Here, the producer decides, if it was a successful trial, then I want to incorporate it in my farm. I want to fully incorporate it into the operation, and then a commitment is made for them to allocate, resources and funds for that practice to be included in their operation. So here's where number 4 needs to be successful and with our help so that the adoption process can be fully incorporated in their operations. And then adaptation. So that's our last step. Here they're gonna either customize it to their operation to better fit their operation. They're just kind of confirming that their decision was correct and they're fully committed to it. But here we also want to provide that follow-up assistance just to kind of see, is it working? And if it's not, what can we do to help you work? So that they don't return to their previous methods and continue to do it because we know this is going to be something that is going to be helpful for the farm, or they're going to see the benefit long term, and things like that. And this also depends sometimes in the level of investment they have already made. If they invested thousands of dollars in a practice, they're going to be more committed and trying to make it work and provide that management that he needs. Okay, so moving on. Here we have the adopter categories. So adopters are categorized into 5 groups based on how quickly they're likely to adopt new technology, or in this case, a practice or a conservation systems. So we have the innovators. The innovators are usually, and this I'm saying usually because it says they're going to be the youngest in age, but I know we have older farmers that are categorized in this one. But they're going to be the youngest in age. They have the highest social status. They have the largest and most specialized operations. They're usually wealthy, so they're willing to accept risk, and they can take the risk and have the ability and usually have the income to take that risk. So they're venturesome. Then we have the early adopters. Here, they're usually high social status as well. They have large and specialized operations, and these early adopters are respected. They're respected by others in the community. They serve as a role model kind of thing. Then we have the early majorities. They are still above average social status, and here they have like an average size operation, and they're willing to consider innovations, but only after peers have adopted it. So they kind of overlook to the early adopters and see what are the neighbors did it work, did it not work? So they're not willing to take that risk. They want to see if it actually worked. Then we have the late majorities. These are more skeptical, so they need a lot of pressure from peers before the adoption occurs. They usually have small operations and smaller income. And then we have the laggards. So the laggards are traditional oriented. They've been doing things for this for the longest time, generations, and they're not so much willing to change. They usually have smallest operations, not specialized, could be the oldest in age, lowest income, and so on. And here we also have to look at, like, do they have family? Are they planning on leaving their farms to their kids or grandkids? Is this going to be a family thing that's going to be passed on? Is the farm their work, or do they work outside of the farm, and this is kind of like their fun thing to do after work? So things like that can actually affect this adopters. So who do we work with? And I'm gonna ask everybody to type in the chat here, like, who do you think we work with? Which adopter category do we work with the most? And Tim, if you can read some of the responses. I only have one screen here.
Will do.
Thank
Nothing's
you.
come in yet.
Okay. So innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, or laggards. Who do we work with?
Early majority. Another early majority. Early adopters. Late majority. Late majority. Early majority. Late majority. Late majority. All of the above.
Okay.
I was hoping someone would say laggards, just so I got the chance to say that word. That's a fun word, right?
Okay. Yeah, hearing a lot of late majorities, and well, actually, we work with the early adopters and the early majority, right? So the innovators don't need us. They've either done it, they're not eligible to work with us. They were have implemented it. Could be AGI issues and other things, but they don't need us. So we're going to be usually working with the early adopters and the early majorities, right? The early adopters are the ones that are willing to, they seen that the innovators have done it. They have an idea that it could work. So they're the ones that are going to go for it, right? And then the early majorities have seen that the early adopters are implementing it. Like I was saying, they're kind of like that role model. So they're willing to do it. So we're usually going to be working with these two adopter groups. Late majorities are, they usually need a lot of like pressure before they adopt this. So we're not usually, they need that pressure from the community and things like that. So we're probably not going to be working with them. And the laggards are just not traditional oriented, and it could take us time before we convince them to change their operations. But early adopters, early majorities. And here's some of the common personal characteristics of those two groups. And I kind of already went through this a little bit, but yeah, above average income, greater number of farms of formal or greater number of years of formal education, higher number of agency contacted. So they're opinionated. They're going to be contacting agencies to find out more information, more participation in agriculture organizations, greater reliance on mass media, higher awareness of conservation programs, greater willingness to take risk. They're full-time operators, like I was mentioning, and they have that desire to pass that farm ranch on their children. So they want to make it better, right? They want to make it functional and profitable. So these are the common characteristics of the farmers or operators that we're kind of be working with. Here is a guide to estimating the adoption of conservation systems. It's you assign scores to, there's a couple sections here. I only have this kind of like a screenshot. I will be sending it out, or Paul will be sending it out. It's a spreadsheet that you kind of input score, and at the end it provides you with a percentage. So it's personal characteristics, farm characteristics, characteristics of like the conservation practice, and so on. And at the end it's going to give you a percentage, so like the estimated participation rate, right? So here, for example, there's a 30% that this person is going to be participating with us. I mean, I wouldn't recommend using this all the time. You're gonna get that experience, but if you want to have an idea, you can go through this, kind of like assign points with someone in mind, and kind of see what it comes out to. But as you get more experience and work with farmers, you're gonna know. You're gonna, you're gonna show up to that farm, and you're gonna know. You're gonna know if they're willing, if they want to, or if they don't. So the real world, when you show up to a farm, assume nothing about the farmer of their operation. Always listen, see what's going on. Let the land speak to you, let them speak to you, and just kind of see what's going on. Bring your baseline knowledge to the interaction. That's why you're there, but listen to them. Again, always listen to them. You will never know their operation as well as they do. So we want to listen and learn. Treat them with respect, but don't be a doorman. It's okay to say no. So that's where we're there. If they have something in mind that they want to do, and we know it's not going to work, or if they want to do financial assistance, and we know it does not meet our standards or specs, or just doesn't go with our policy, it's okay to say no. Just be respectful, and just find a way to say no tactfully. And how do people react to you? So 25% will automatically like you. You show up, you remind them of someone that they like, or you gave them a good first impression. You have good reviews by others. So like their neighbor has worked with you, and they like you. So you come good recommended. So they're just gonna like you. They're just easygoing, or they're easygoing and like everyone. So the other 25% are automatically going to dislike you, right? You might remind them of someone they dislike, or you either gave them a bad first impression, or you come with bad reviews, but you're the only planner in that county, so they have no other choice to work with you, right? Or true or not, you work for the government. A lot of people think that way. So, or they don't like anyone. And then 50% of the people are gonna decide based on your actions, right? So always try to give a good first impression, dress appropriately, be on time, return phone calls, things like that. And Marilyn is gonna be talking about this later on today in the afternoon, about like establishing relationship with landowners and farmers. So she'll give you good tips. And yeah, your best tools to achieve change are, your willingness to listen and learn, like I was saying, bringing your knowledge and experience, practicality, integrity, persistence, and humor, right? And be careful with the humor, but just, bring it there too. So yeah, like I said, Marilyn will touch more on this at the end. And that's it. So if anybody have any questions.
No questions in the chat. Do you have a poll, Diana, that you'd like me to launch?
I think Paul had it. Had the questions. I don't.
Is that the ability and willingness to take risks? Is that
Yeah.
yours?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna launch the poll question right now then.
Okay. So true or false? The ability and willingness to take risk is one of several personal characteristics associated with an innovator adopter. So that was that first one that we discussed, innovator.
Took a screenshot and put it in the chat. Anyone can't see the poll.
Do you see any responses, Tim? I'm seeing 0. No.
I see 32 responses coming in.
Or-
Let me see. I'm not sure how to access them. Oh, 100% say
Okay,
Okay.
yep, that's true. Good job. That was an easy one, I guess. Yeah, yeah, we discussed that, they're the ones that have the ability and are willing to take risks. And I think I had another one then.
Um,
Demonstrations or pilot programs.
okay. Do that one. Yeah, sorry.
That's fine. Okay.
But any questions for Diana? Very good. Good interaction. Thank you all. Thank you, Diana. We appreciate that message and what an important talk that is. And we'll get to interact with some landowners a little bit in our in-session boot camp trainings next week and the first week of May. Not a whole lot, but probably a little bit. And there's just something to practice as we go to different farms and deal with different operators. So thanks a lot. Our next
thank you.
talk is, thanks. Our next talk is going to come from Tyson Myers. Tyson Myers he's been with NRCS for a long time, but he has a relatively new position. He started as a resource soil scientist, and he's covering Western PA. So Tyson, congrats on the new position. And with that, it's all yours.
Hey, thanks, Tim. I don't know if I've worked for the NRCS as long as you, though, right?
I don't know. I don't know, but
Yep, thanks.
there's a lot of people that come to work and work for a long time. So hey, thanks a lot.
Yep. So I've been working here at the NRCS for 13 years, and I started out as a soil conservationist and was able to do a lot of conservation planning, working with farmers, applying what Diana was talking about in the last presentation. I then worked as the district conservationist and continued, doing the planning process with farmers. And now I'm serving as the resource soil scientist. But today, I would like to share my presentation with you on the introduction to cropland conservation. Let's see if I can get this pulled up on my screen here. Let's see. Let me know when you can see my presentation there, Tim, if that's looking okay.
Looks good. Thanks.
Okay, good. All right, so the objectives of the presentation today are to familiarize everyone with the different cropland conservation practices and to understand what conservation practice will help to solve a resource concern. So let's start off by talking about soil health. It's the new buzzword that we've been talking about for a little while now, but soil health is the continued capacity of the soil to function as a vital living ecosystem that sustains plants, animals, and humans. So I like to think of it as the resiliency of the soil. Whenever we have good soil health, that soil is resilient to changes, changing weather patterns, drought, intense rainstorms, pest cycles, that resiliency that you build up. So one of the resource concerns whenever we don't have that is whenever we have soil organic matter depletion, maybe from using tillage practices, reducing the organic matter. Maybe we have compaction in the soil from large equipment or driving on the surfaces whenever the moisture is too high. We create more compaction. Another one concern is potentially the soil aggregate instability. So this could also be caused by low organic matter and increased tillage, breaking up that soil aggregate stability. And also soil organism habitat loss or degradation. And that again can be caused by tillage and the lack of living roots in the soil are all things that lead to um, soil organism habitat loss. All right, so we're all familiar with gully erosion, right? So one of the most common cropland resource concerns, it's very visible, easy to see, is the gully erosion. Gully erosion is defined as that erosion that can't be fixed with normal tillage operations that the farmer uses. So if this farmer, say he used a moldboard plow, chisel disc, planted his corn crop, a moldboard plow is not going to solve the resource concern that he has there of gully erosion. That's going to take large excavating equipment to fix a resource concern like that. So gully erosion cannot be fixed with normal tillage operations. And we'll get into some of the practices that can treat that later in the presentation. Some other cropland erosions that forms of cropland erosion that may not be as evident are sheet and rill erosion. In this photo, you can see the small rill starting at the top of the hill, and then as they work their way down, become somewhat larger. And there's also most likely the sheet erosion is think of it as the erosion that occurs across the entire field, just that it may only be as thick as a piece of paper, but that erosion that's occurring, the mass erosion across the entire field is being lost. And sometimes you can't see that, but you can see the deposition of it, maybe like at the bottom of the picture. Another erosion that we don't have a lot of in Pennsylvania, but also could be wind erosion. It's more common in the western states, but it can occur in Pennsylvania. So in Pennsylvania, we have the Conservation Catalog is a publication that the NRCS has that has a list of all the conservation practices that we can use to address resource concerns on cropland. And these can also be found in the ePhotog section 4, where we list all of our conservation practices as well. So these practices, some people may also call them best management practices, practices that reduce or mitigate resource concerns on the cropland. So one of the first ones I like to start with is conservation crop rotation. And this is a planned sequence of crops grown on the same ground over a period of time. So this could be as short as 2 years, up to 6, 8, 10 years, is the cropland crop rotation. Some of the benefits could be to minimize sheet and rill erosion, to increase or build soil health and organic matter, reduce water quality degradation due to excess nutrients, improve soil moisture, reduce salts, other chemicals from leaving the landscape, pest pressures, and you can also use this rotation, of course, to provide feed for livestock on the farm, and could also create wildlife habitat if that is a concern of the producer. So the next photo here shows a couple different pictures of crop rotations. Some common rotations in Pennsylvania may be maybe this most simple form of a crop rotation could be corn grain, soybeans. That rotation back and forth. Corn grain is a grass and the soybeans are a legume. So the soybeans are leaving nitrogen available for the next year's crop, and the corn grain is leaving a carbon source for the soybeans. So it's a benefit to both of them to be rotated with each other. And you can also see a yield bump from doing a rotation instead of just planting continuous corn or continuous soybeans. You see an increase in that next year's yield due to the crop grown before it. Some other common rotations maybe on livestock operations could be corn silage, small grains, alfalfa, and hay. So just a few photos there of common crop rotations in Pennsylvania. One of the next practices is contour farming. So contour farming is aligning the ridges, furrows, and roughnesses formed by tillage or no-till planting as well, and other prepping for the seedbed operations at a grade near the contour to alter the velocity or direction of the water flow. So the idea of contour farming is farming around the contour of the landscape. We have people scattered across Pennsylvania, and a lot of you know that Pennsylvania is not flat. So one of the ways that we can minimize erosion is to practice contour farming. The water flowing off the hillside hits the different strips of crops and the ridges from the planting and minimizes how far that water can go. So that minimizes sheet and rill erosion. It can also reduce sediment transport to surface waters, nutrients and pesticides from leaving the landscape as well. And it can also improve moisture management. So I thought I would share a photo when I was working as a soil conservationist in Franklin County. I worked with a dairy farmer who had been farming flat fields with maybe 3, 4, 5% slope, and he recently purchased a new farm that you can see here. This farm to the left 2/3 of the photo. And when he purchased this farm, he had a lot of gullies in the fields, and the prior tenants had been renting it, and they were this picture looks better than others. They were sort of farming along the contour to an extent, but also had a lot of farming up and down the slope, and wasn't very well organized. So this is a Google Earth image that I captured yesterday from 2010, close to when he purchased the property, but this was not him farming the property. So my coworkers and I work with the landowner to develop his conservation plan. He was really concerned about farming this farm that had up to probably had 10, 12% slopes, but he still wanted to be able to grow cash crops on it and get food for his livestock. So we worked with the landowner to identify areas of concentrated flow, and we assisted him with designing and implementing grassed waterways, which you can see outlined where he was actually constructing them. This photo, I believe, is from 2013. And you can also see the beginnings of laying out the contour strips in this photo. We worked with a landowner to identify the size of his planters, the most common size of his planters, and his harvesting equipment, and his sprayer to and we use the soil loss equations to come up with how wide the strips should be ideally, and then we used a laser to help lay the contour strips out on the landscape. This was probably maybe the first year that they were laid out, and then I haven't been back to this farm, but I pulled this picture up, was from 2015. You can see the grassed waterways that he implemented, and the contour farming that he's doing in these photos. He's also practicing strip cropping, which is the next practice that I'll go over, but you can see his rotation of, it looks like corn and maybe soybeans or grass in some of these strips. So that also breaks up the flow of water going down over the landscape. So there's just a few more photos of contour farming. So if you've ever looked at a topographic map, you can see how it kind of mimics following the contour around the landscape. And like I mentioned, strip cropping is growing the planned rotations of crops of erosion resistant and erosion susceptible crops, or fallowing in a systematic arrangement of strips across the field. And this is to minimize sheet and rill erosion and reduce excess nutrients in surface waters and sediment transport to surface waters as well. And it's able to do this by, I'll go back a photo here, by as the water goes down across the landscape. Imagine that this were this time of the year, and if he had corn grain residue on that field with soybean residue in between in the lighter areas, the water is going to pick up speed as it goes down across the soybean stubble, because there's not a lot of residue there to intercept the rainfall, to slow it down. But maybe when it gets to the corn strip, there's a lot of residue that really slows that water flow down across the landscape. So that's one of the benefits of strip cropping. It could also include grass strips of maybe alfalfa, perennial crops, wheat, crops that are harvested at different times of the year. That provides the benefit of strip cropping. And here's another photo of that. So maybe a grass hay strip, oats and corn, soybeans. So just having that rotated down across the landscape position. All right, next we have one of the more popular conservation practices, cover crops. So a cover crop is a grasses or legumes or forbs planted for seasonal vegetative cover. Mostly in Pennsylvania, we think of cover crops as being planted in the winter, but that doesn't have to be the case. A lot of vegetable farmers could also be planting cover crops in the summer between their spring and fall crops. But cover crops reduce erosion from wind and water by having living roots in the soil to anchor the soil. They are breaking up the impact of the raindrop impact. They're building soil health by adding organic matter and living roots and soil microbes to the system. They also can be scavengers, picking up excessive soil nutrients left over from an example, a corn crop that's harvested with nutrients still left out in the soil. The cover crops are able to scavenge them and put them into their biomass and be maybe available for the next year's crop. They also can improve moisture efficiency as well for the next crop by having that living mulch left on the surface. So there's a lot of benefits to cover crops, as you can see. And I just have a few photos that I took. In the top left, we have crimson clover and triticale cover crop. On the right, there's an example of a mixed oats and tillage radish cover crop. And bottom left, a close-up of a daikon radish. Also could be known as a tillage radish is the variety. And then this other photo that I snapped when going down the road was conservative farmers that were still hand harvesting their corn. Knew the importance of planting cover crops in between their shocks that they stocked up. So, all right. Next practice, residue and tillage management, also known as no-till, is the practice of limiting soil disturbance to manage the amount, orientation, and distribution of crop and plant residue on the soil surface year-round. So we are aiming to minimize the sheet, rill, and wind erosion and excessive sediment in the surface waters. Reduce tillage, induce particle emissions from airborne dust kicking up from tillage passes. We're building soil health by not releasing organic matter. Anytime that tillage passes are made, even small tillage such as disking, we're still burning off organic matter whenever the tillage occurs. So to minimize that, we can practice no-till. And it also increases the plant available moisture for the crop. And of course, minimize energy use and could also provide more cover for wildlife as well in that fodder that's left over the winter. So there's just a few photos of, on the left, soybeans planted into wheat stubble. Soybeans planted into corn stubble from the previous year, and a picture of a no-till corn planter looks to be planting into a sod field. So you can see there's a small amount of disturbance where the row cleaners maybe push some residue out of the way, and the disc cuts in, but the whole field does not need to be tilled for planting using this method. Another form of residue and tillage management is reduced till. So this is just managing the amount of crop residue and limiting the amount of disturbance needed. So maybe Instead of a farmer that traditionally had been moldboard plowing, they've converted to just disking, a light disking before they plant. And you can still see some benefits compared to, full on inversion plowing, but maybe not as many benefits as completely no-till. So reduced tillage has some benefits compared to, depending on how it was previously farmed, but maybe not as great as complete no-till farming for minimizing soil loss and the other benefits. So here's an example photo of reduced till. So we still have some residue on the surface to break up the raindrop impact. Okay, nutrient management is managing the rate, source, placement, and timing of plant nutrients and soil amendments while reducing environmental impacts. So the nutrient management can improve plant health and productivity. Correct nutrient management can avoid losses to surface and groundwater. We can avoid losses of ammonia up in the air. We can reduce greenhouse gases, reduce emissions of ozone precursors, and reduce the risk of potential pathogens from manure, biosolids, or compost application so that it doesn't reach surface or groundwater. And we can also use nutrient management to build the soil organic matter as well. So good nutrient management is knowing the 4 R's, the right placement at the right time, and the correct rate. This photo, you can see manure, which is spread across a lot of our ag operations in Pennsylvania. The top right, you can see a picture of the chlorophyll meter, which is a method of doing in-season nitrogen testing that we can use to provide good, accurate prescriptions of how many nutrients are needed at the right time to get the optimum yield. And at the bottom there, good soil testing is it's foundational to the nutrient management process, is to know what's available in your soil when you start. All right, the next practice is a filter strip. Is a strip of or area of herbaceous vegetation that removes contaminants from overland flow. So filter strips can reduce suspended solids and other contaminants in runoff and excessive sediment in surface water. And so the filter strips are mostly placed downstream or downslope of the crop field, along the field edge, mostly along field edges with waterways or streams nearby. And that perennial crop that's in the filter strip is able to slow down the water movement and also deposit the sediment, and phosphorus that also absorbs to soil particles can be removed with a filter strip. So in this picture, you can see the filter strip on the right at the top. And on the bottom photo, you can see it looks like a crop of wheat with the filter strip on the left side. You can see the grassy strip from the previous year on the bottom side. Okay, getting back to one that we talked about earlier for concentrated flow resource concern, a grassed waterway is a shaped or graded channel that is established with suitable vegetation to convey surface water at a non-erosive velocity using a broad and shallow cross section to a stable outlet. And this is to get water from terraces, diversions, and other water concentrated areas without causing erosion across the cropland. And it can be used to prevent gully formation that we saw in that beginning photo, and to protect and improve water quality. So here's some photos. Actually, it's from that same farm that I shared earlier with the contour farming. It had a lot of gullies when that farmer purchased it from the previous tenant farmer, and you can see the gullies on the top left. And so we surveyed the site and worked with the excavator that the farmer had chosen on the top right to build the waterways the way that we had designed them to carry the flow of water down the slope. Bottom left, you can see that the farmer had seeded it and placed a mulching blanket. And on the bottom right, you can see that his grass and temporary covers are starting to come up and um, fill in there nicely for his grass waterway. Some other photos, the practice said grass waterway, but we also can do rock-lined waterways. As you see on the left photo, it can be used for certain applications where there's a lot of high intensity storms or other factors that that it needs to be a rock-lined waterway. And another photo of a grass-lined waterway on your right. All right, a diversion is a channel generally constructed across the slope with a supporting ridge on the lower side. And this is to break up concentrations of water on long slopes. And diversions are commonly used around the headquarters. We can use them to take water around ag waste structures. We can use them along the field edges to carry water from an off-site culvert to carry it around the field. And the water can be emptied into a grassed waterway or a rock-lined outlet. They can also protect terrace systems at the top of the field by diverting some of the water away from getting into that system. So it's a diversion. The next one is photos of a terrace. These are earthen embankments or a combination of ridge and channel constructed across the field slope. These are used to reduce erosion and trap sediment and to manage the runoff. So these terraces can be farmed across. In the top photo, you can see maybe it looks like a small grain has been planted into them. The bottom photo is from Lancaster County. You can, after a heavy, intense storm, you can see the terraces that are diverting the water to either the left or right side into a suitable outlet, a grassed waterway or a rock-lined waterway to carry it off of the field slope. So breaking up that slope length is the point of a terrace to minimize erosion. And last, we have the water and sediment control basin. So this is an earthen embankment or combination of ridge and channel constructed across the slope and a minor drainage way. So this is used to reduce gully erosion, trap sediment, and manage runoff. So these are very common whenever we have culverts from state highways emptying into a field. It can be a way to collect the water. The photo on the left is a good example of the water that's running off of a township road into the orange riser pipe, collects the water, and you can't see it in the photo, but there's a buried 6 or 8 inch pipe the whole way to the other side of the field running along the grassed waterway that carries that water to the other end of the field to a safe and stable outlet. And if there's an intense storm, the basin is constructed so that the water can overflow the top and then follow the grassed waterway outlet down through for more intense storms. But the underground outlet carries a lot of the water itself. You can see that this is a different one, a seated one that's seated up on the right, looking down into the basin as the water would run down in, be retained, collected into the pipe and sent through the underground outlet. And then for intense storms, you can see that the outlet where it can safely flow out and down through the grassed waterway. So that is some of the common cropland conservation practices that we can use to address resource concerns in Pennsylvania. So do we have any questions?
There's nothing in the chat yet, but I'll launch your poll question, then I'll copy it over to the chat as well while people are thinking of questions. So poll question is live. And let me find it to put in the chat. The question is, what is strip cropping? What is strip cropping? Is it a strip or area of herbaceous vegetation that removes contaminants from overland flow? Or is it B, growing planned rotations of erosion resistant and erosion susceptible crops, or fallow in a systemic arrangement of strips across the field? Or C, is it a planned sequence of crops grown on the same ground over a period of time? Or D, none of these?
All right, can everyone see the poll question there? We had someone say they couldn't see it. Is that correct? But a little reminder. Everyone see the slides there?
And the results coming in are, we've got at least one answer for each. I think. But the overwhelming majority is B.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so growing planned rotations of erosion resistant and erosion susceptible crops or fallow, a systemic arrangement of strips across them. Very good. Any questions for Tyson? Tyson, I have a question for you. So you talked about a lot of different practices, and Denise on Tuesday talked about ACT, avoid control trap. Where do you see these practices fitting in?
Oh, thanks, Tim. Great question. Yeah, avoid control trap. So I think that you could use all of these practices can contribute, be built as the system approach, right, to conservation planning that can be used to avoid control trap. So an example would be no-till and cover crops. So if we have no-till and cover crops, we can use, we're when we're no-tilling, we're keeping that residue on the surface to intercept the raindrops. So we're not even going to have, we're going to minimize the erosion that occurs in the first place by having no-till, have the residue on the surface and the cover crop. So that would be an example of avoiding it, right? We're not even, going to allow for that erosion to start. Would be one example. Maybe another example would be contour farming, right? Controlling it. So we would minimize the slope length by contour farming, having the water that does start down the slope would follow that contour to minimize how far it goes, and grassed waterways, right? Could be a way of controlling that water flow. And then trap, the filter strip is a great great example of trapping it. Any soil and nutrients, chemicals that do make it to the end of the field, that filter strip is able to, with that perennial vegetation, is able to trap the sediment, nutrients, and keep it stable before it leaves the field. So good question, Tim.
Thanks, Tyson. Another good question came in. How can I make a distinction between a gully and maybe a ephemeral stream? I'm guessing that depending on those categories, the practices that can be implemented will vary.
Yeah, thanks. So a gully and an ephemeral stream. So I'm guessing an ephemeral stream would not be showing up on the topographic map as a blue line stream. That's one place that you could check first whenever you're doing your conservation planning, and maybe also look at the type of geology that you have in place. If you're in limestone areas, the streams can occur and disappear with karst topography. But the gullies that we were referencing here would be in cropland and are mostly caused by the farming activities that are occurring there. If you're in a and not to say that you couldn't have a gully in a forested setting because of something that's going on above the area, but I think getting a better definition of that ephemeral stream, seeing if it's something that how long during the year is water present. Gullies normally would just have the water flowing after a rain event. There wouldn't be water flowing for months in the winter in a gully. Normally, it would just be overland flow after a rain event. Was what would be the gully, where an ephemeral stream would probably have more water longer in the year.
And looks like we have a hand up. Matthew, if you want to ask your question or statement, go ahead. Maybe not. Looks like the hand has returned or gone down. So that's all I see in the chat, Tyson. Thank you very much. We appreciate having you, and we're going to talk to you, or you're going to talk to us a little bit later as well. With that, our next presentation is going to come from Dan Ludwig. We met Dan Ludwig yesterday, and Dan just had a statement. So Dan, when you start, you can mention that before you get into your talk. But Dan's talk is going to be on introduction to livestock. So Dan, our state resource conservationist, the floor is yours.
Oh, I guess I have to come off mute, huh? Okay, I'll come off mute. So my response about the distinction between a gully and ephemeral stream is look at the area in question and look at the substrate of the bottom of, we'll say, I'll use my air quotes again and call the cut. Typically a gully is still going to have a good bit of soil in it. You might see it washed down to bedrock if it's been there for a very, very, very long time. But you're going to see, you may see some stones in there, but it's still going to be primarily the substrate of that gully is going to be soil, versus even our ephemeral or intermittent streams will typically have that substrate will be gravelly or cobbly. So, which shows that it carries water over time, could be for long periods of time, versus our gullies typically only run water for short periods of time. Okay, so what we're going to talk about is a little bit of an introduction to livestock. So for those of you that may not have grown up on a farm, we're going to spend a few minutes talking about this, kind of give you that intro. Hopefully I got too many screens. I'm trying to find all the buttons. Has it shown up yet? I don't see it on my screen yet.
It looks good, Dan. I see it.
Oh, why is it not showing? Oh, there it is. Now it's showing up on my screen. It's just a little slow. It's kind of like me this morning. So, okay, so talking about animals and grazing. I'll give you a little bit of background on how, considerations that we should be looking at, some of the differences between the different species of livestock, and go from there. So one of the things that we gotta have a little bit of humor here. So how many of you remember Jeff Foxworthy, his famous "You might be a redneck if"? So a couple things to think about, because we're going to talk about pasture systems next in our next presentation. But, going with that whole Jeff Foxworthy kind of deal here is instead of you might be a redneck, you might be a grazer if you prefer to be called frugal instead of cheap. I can tell you that Tim is not a grazer, but he does like to be called frugal instead of cheap. So just putting that out there for everybody. Okay, the area in the fence actually has topsoil and plants growing on it. So we think about that as we go out to the pastures. Think about the producers that you're working with. That grazer actually has grass growing out there. It's not, the pastures themselves are not acres of grazed astroturf. The green area is greater in size than the brown area. Again, can only be a grazer if you're growing grass. Just saying. This is hard because I can't see if you guys are laughing or if you guys are like booing me. Oh man. Okay, so there we go. Thank you. I got the laugh. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week. Please tip your waiters and waitresses. Okay. Sometimes I just crack myself up too, so bear with me, folks. All right, so your neighbor's call to let you know that your cows are out in the field. You might be a grazer if animals are used to harvest hay as pasture. All right, so there we go. There's our comedy bit for this morning. So we're going to talk a little bit about animal types, their purpose, and their behavior. So when we think about grazing altogether, the overall grazing management of that pasture is impacted by several things. So we look at animal behavior. So, and when we're talking about animal behavior, are these herding type animals where they only move together as a herd? And sometimes that's influenced by some of the resources in the pasture. If animals have to travel a long way to water or minerals or something special, they tend to move as a group or a big herd versus if resources are near to where they're grazing, they will be more self-sufficient and be able to go out and mingle and move around the pasture and as by themselves or maybe one or two of them together. Differences in the anatomy of those animals. So we know that cows, goats, sheep, those are all ruminants. So they have, like we probably learned in school, is a cow has 4 stomachs. So a ruminant has 4 stomachs, which is a lot different than, say, a horse. A horse has 1 stomach. And also, they are what we call a hindgut fermenter. So ruminants, because they have the 4 stomachs, the largest stomach there is called the rumen, and that's where the bulk of the forages are fermented and then broken down to do its normal thing for those animals. Versus a horse is kind of like us. We have a stomach. The bulk of the digestion happens in the stomach, and then what's left over move to the cecum, and then forages are then fermented there. Hence the term hindgut fermenter. And then also looking at how the animals themselves are set up. Some of our ruminants do not have top teeth. Horses, like us, have top and bottom teeth. So those are some of the differences in anatomy. And then our nutritional requirements, obviously, depending on what species of what species of cattle you have or type of cattle between the beef cows and dairy cows. they definitely have different nutritional requirements. Even between heifers, which are the young adults, and the adult cows, they have different nutritional requirements. So so a lot of this is going to impact how the animals are going to graze in the pasture and how much they're going to graze. So looking at our foraging animal types, as I alluded to, our ruminants are our cattle, sheep, goats. Non-ruminants are our horses, poultry, and swine. And there's some other things that you may encompass, or you may run into as you're working with producers. I've heard of a couple people working with grazing rabbit operations, so you never know. You've got llamas, you've got alpacas, ostriches, emus. You're gonna run into all things. It's a brave new world out there, folks. You never know what you're gonna run into. I'm not gonna go as far as say it's Jurassic Park, but anyway, I digress. So looking at the feeding preferences, again, this is looking at animal behavior and how these different types of livestock like to graze. So, we take this overall green box and we break that down into our three main types of vegetation that our livestock are going to want to graze. So we have in the bottom triangle are our grasses. So again, those typical grasses, orchard grass, Kentucky bluegrass. And then we have our forbs. Our forbs are basically any broadleaf plants out there that the animals will consume. So if they don't consume a forb, then it's a weed. Okay. And then we have browse. So browse is basically our woody vegetation. And then we can see here, what is the feeding preference based on these different ruminants. So as you probably could have guessed, that cattle prefer and spend most of their time grazing grass. And they do prefer some, a smaller percentage of their total diet as forbs, and we try to get that as those forbs are usually legumes such as clover, and there are some other broadleafs out there like chicory and different things. And then you will see that there's a smaller portion of it where they will actually do some browsing. However, you can see in this photo the amount of browse that cattle like is very, very limited. So, and I only bring this up because as you're working with people, you may have people say, oh, if I got to fence my streams out, I need to graze it. So I need to use the cows to keep the multiflora rose out and keep the autumn olive under control. Now, if anything, remember this diagram. How much browsing do cattle actually do? Not a lot. So just something to keep in mind. We'll give you these. We'll continue to give you these tips as you move through your career. But anyway, so looking at the sheep, obviously they prefer. It's more equal parts of forbs and grass versus browse, and then totally moving over to our goats, you can see that the bulk of what their true preference is browse, and then forbs, and then their grass. So again, as we're thinking about our livestock systems, how we may be working with the producers to get them to implement a grazing system on their farms, we have to think about, well, what type of livestock are they raising, and what kind of vegetation is preferred, and how many acres do we need to provide to those grazing livestock. So let's break it down into our foraging animal types. So we look at cattle. As I mentioned before, some of our ruminants only have bottom teeth. So again, cattle and other ruminants only have bottom teeth. On the top is what they call a dental pad. And essentially the way that cattle eat is a stick their muzzle down in the grass, they stick their tongue out, they wrap it around, pull that clump of grass and forbs into their mouth, and then they bite down with their teeth against their dental pad, and they twist their head and they rip it off. Okay, so, so while typically when we start looking at grazing heights, cattle, it's hard for cattle to take things down to bare dirt. However, they can do it. You leave animals out on the pasture way too long, they still have lips, so they still can get some grass into their mouth and they can still kind of bite it off. But again, typically we look at, when we're planning our grazing systems, what kind of, when we put animals on a pasture, how tall does the forage need to be? How dense does the forage need to be? So, when we're looking at our cattle, they prefer grass that's 6 to 10 inches tall. And obviously, and we want a nice thick, and the technical term is called a sward. So, we want to have lots of blades of grass for them to eat with every bite that they take. So we want that taller grass, denser grass, to really provide that nutrition for our animals. Okay. So we look at our horses. Horses are different. They have, as I mentioned, they have both upper and lower teeth. This, by nature, allows them to eat grass very close to the ground, down to the dirt. They have, between having their lips, which they are very good at manipulating, feed with, they can get the grass. They've got upper and lower teeth. They can bite everything down to the bare dirt. So, and for those of you, I saw a couple of the comments, people like riding their horses. If you have horses on pasture, you're probably familiar with how destructive they can be on pastures. If you leave them out there too long, they will take it down to bare dirt. And the other thing is, horses are a lot pickier about the types of grasses that they eat. So we call that spot grazing. So depending on the texture of the grass. So if we compare something like orchard grass to tall fescue, there's the way that those blades of grass or naturally occur is, orchard grass is very soft and it's easy for horses to eat that. However, tall fescue has raspy edges. For those of you that have cats, think about when your cat licks you, how raspy it is. Well, the tall fescue has this raspy edge along the leaf margin. So and this actually affects cattle as well. So when a cow wraps their tongue around that fescue, or the horse opens their mouth, puts their lips and starts to eat that fescue, they feel that raspiness. It doesn't feel good. So a lot of times they will avoid that grass. So, but horses are typically, they're more notorious spot grazers than cattle. However, cattle will do some spot grazing. But again, just knowing this, understanding how our different livestock kind of work and operate is going to allow you to look at, if you're looking at increasing forages, doing some planting, that's going to lead you down the route of knowing which forages are going to do better for the type of livestock that you're working with. So then we have our sheep, aka range maggots. Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully there's no sheep producers that get offended by that. Anyway, okay. So our sheep out there, again, they have a thin cleft lip that allows them to eat closer to the ground than cattle. So, they're kind of like horses. They can get their lips moving. They can really manipulate their feed, sort it, get it into their mouth. But again, same thing is they have a dental pad. So they open their mouth, stick their tongue out, wrap it around. Oh, sorry. They wrap it around the grass and bring it in and tear it off using their tongue and their dental pad. And we're going to talk a little bit about goats. Seems how they were brought up on the slides as well. Again, goats are unique. They like the browse, and essentially they like to use their lips to feel everything and bring it to their mouth. So that's why they prefer browse. They will use their lips. They will kind of massage it, and then they will bite it off. And but their natural preference, goats have been to browse, so that's why you'll see a lot of times when we do need to get rid of stuff like multiflora rose, autumn olive, those woody vegetation, that's just their natural selection. But we can raise goats out on pasture without browse. But the nice thing is, again, yes, they like that woody vegetation. If we're trying to get rid of some brush, they'll even browse as high as they can go, standing on their back legs, eating all of that, eating as much of the vegetation as they can. So just quick picture so you can kind of see, we have the cow on the left, obviously no lower teeth, so you might be able, let me grab my, hopefully that my pointer's working. So again, on the lower jaw, they'll have their lower teeth, and then under here would be that dense tissue known as the dental pad. Here you can see the horse obviously has upper and lower teeth. For those of you that have horses, if you've ever been bitten by a horse, you know that they can bite off really good, and they can bite off grass to the ground. And then looking at our sheep and our goats, kind of the same way. They have their bottom teeth, but yet then they also have that dental pad. So thinking about grazing height, and the livestock that we have, this comes when we're making our grazing plans or our prescriptions. Part of that is recommending to the producer when animals or their livestock should be put into a pasture. So how tall should the grass be? And at what height should the animals be removed? Okay, so again, understanding the anatomy and how different livestock eat is going to help you determine that when you make your grazing prescription. However, it's key to know how low that these animals will graze, because if you're shooting for leaving 3 inches of residue, you might have to tell somebody with horses to take them out when it's 5 inches, because if you tell them 5, you'll actually get 3. If you tell them 3, you're probably only going to get 1 inch. So, but just knowing that horses will be able to, as we've covered, they'll be able to take that forage down to basically down the bare dirt. Sheep have the ability, they'll graze just as tight. And then cattle, like I mentioned before, cattle can take grass down to the AstroTurf level, but typically, because of how they bring the forage into their mouths, typically, unless they're left out there for a very, very long time, they are going to leave more residual than our sheep and sheep and horses. And goats, the only reason why the goats are all the way over on the right is because, as I mentioned, they will graze to what they can reach by standing on their back legs. But if there is no browse available for goats and they are on strictly forages, they would be moved below the cattle, so they would be equal to sheep. So let's talk a little bit about multi-species grazing. Okay, so multi-species grazing is combining, say, cattle with goats or cattle with sheep. Typically, this is used because, as we've learned, the different grazing patterns between these different types of livestock. So, we also tend animals also tend to graze away from the manure in the field. So cattle or sheep will not graze around their own manure piles. However, if you've got mixed animals, mixed types of manure, that refusal is not as great. Also, for natural parasite control, moving and using co-species grazing or multi-species grazing can be a tool for that as well. And then obviously if you're running two types of livestock, if you can make them as one group and move them together, that takes less labor and actually makes it easier to manage your pasture, because if you've got one group on pasture, then you essentially have more pasture available versus if you have two separate groups on a set number of acres. Essentially, you only have half for one group and half for the other, and makes that management a little challenging. And let's talk a little bit about the nutrient needs of these grazing animals or livestock in general. Basically, they all need protein. Again, that's required for to digest is digested it most of the protein is digested in the rumen, passed on to the other stomachs, and then that protein is used for making muscle, help to make milk. Carbohydrates, this is very important in dairy cows and milk cows. Anything that's being grown to produce muscling for meat or milk as a product. The carbohydrates are basically the driving force between for milk and muscle production. And obviously, just like us, our livestock need vitamins, minerals, and other elements. And again, our ruminants have to have a good balance of the different types of fiber out there. And essentially, what this allows them to do is that rumen, because all the forages are digested in the rumen, they need, you need to build what they call this rumen mat, which is looking at the different types of fiber that are naturally produced in the plant. So looking at how mature or how young the plants are is going to affect the fiber and how this rumen mat actually functions within the animal itself. Talk a little bit about water needs of animals. So, basically, the bigger the cow or the livestock, the more production they have, the more water they need. So, typically, sheep and goats, anywhere from 1 to 4 gallons per day. Horses, 10 to 20. Beef cattle, 10 to 30. Dairy cows need anywhere between 15 and 40 gallons per day. Also need to look at the quality of the water. Obviously, just like us, if that water doesn't look good, doesn't smell good, doesn't taste good, we're not going to drink a lot of it. Same thing with our livestock. Lower water quality is going to do the same thing and have a direct impact on their intake. Okay, additional management decisions that we need to talk to producers about is, especially in our rotational grazing systems, the grazing pattern or grazing period. How often will that producer be willing to move those animals to a new paddock? However, one thing to keep in mind is the more frequently that a producer moves his or her livestock, you're going to get better grazing efficiency. And again, if they're trying to grow and grow muscle for beef production, or they're trying to produce milk, you got to think about the plane of nutrition. If we move them more frequently, the peaks and troughs of what the nutrition provided by the forages is going to be minimal. If we look at moving animals once a week, once every 2 weeks, once a month, you get these big dip troughs and peaks from when they get new grass to when they get moved. So that's going to affect the efficiency of how that animal is going to produce that overall product. Other thing to look at is fencing. Obviously, different types of livestock will require different types of fencing. So whether for exterior, can everything be done with high tensile wire? Do we need woven wire to keep some of these animals in? And then also, when it comes to interior fence, can we get away with poly wire, or do we need hard wire? And how many strands do we need to actually keep those livestock within the desired paddock for the amount of time? Other consideration that often looks overlooked is wildlife habitat. We focus a lot of times, or most times we're focused on pasture for our livestock, but one thing to consider and talk to the producer about is, do they have a desire to manage and their pastures for wildlife habitat? So again, if they do have that interest in managing for wildlife, knowing how these animals graze is going to affect, especially if we have ground nesting birds. Obviously, if we have, we're trying to maintain habitat for that, we can't allow our sheep, goats, and horses to graze everything down to the ground. We need to leave that taller grass. So again, looking at the wildlife habitat, using some delayed grazing, some deferred grazing to allow plants to bloom, maybe deferring grazing late in the summer to allow grass to grow up into the fall to provide habitat. All different things to consider when you're with the types of livestock that you're grazing. So in summary, because it looks like I'm just a couple minutes over, pay attention to animal behavior. Patience and observation is going to help you understand how and why animals do what they do. So as I mentioned on Tuesday when we do our farm visits, don't be in a rush to get off the farm, especially if this is all new to you. When you're out there talking with the producer, walking those pastures, take some time and watch what these animals do. Sometimes they're more interested in you because you're new and you might smell good. You might have a biscuit in your pocket that they want. But if you can watch them in their natural environment, you'll be able to pick up on some of these different observations and see how it's going to work for you. Keep in mind, animals don't know what's good for the forest growth and the natural resources. We do. So again, we can't expect our livestock to quit grazing at 3 inches, because that's what we need to sustain forage growth and nutrient cycling and blah 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 blah. We need to work with the producers to get that point across, so they know when to move their livestock. And again, just a good book for those of you that are bookworms, like to read, or if you have no life like me. I still don't read though, but anyway, a great book out there by a great person is Foraging Behavior, Managing to Survive in a World of Change by Dr. Fred Provenza. He was with Utah State for many, many years, but if you're ever interested in learning about animal behavior and all that, Dr. Provenza is probably one of the best out there that you can learn from. And also the AgLearn Training Plant Herbivore Interactions course that I've been here 18 years. I've never had a chance to take it. A few people have, because it's in such high demand, but that is a course that's always been taught by Dr. Provenza. So for those of you that have an interest in grazing and livestock, that's definitely a course to put in your AgLearn wish list, and maybe someday you'll get selected to go to that. With that, I'll open it up to any questions. Sorry, I was working on a few other things before I started this presentation, so I don't have a poll question. Tim can beat me up for that. He can steal my lunch money, but any questions?
Nothing in the chat, Dan. I'm heading to your office next to take that lunch money. And thanks for being funny, Dan. I appreciate it. So no questions. With that, we're due for a 15-minute break. Oh wait, we do have a question.
Mark
Goodson.
Goodson.
No, I'm just fiddling with the buttons up at the top here. Not me.
Oh, Mark,
Well-
you were getting me excited. I'm like, oh, look, I got a question from one of our state leads, but you've let me down. Oh man.
Okay, I'm gonna start the clock and we'll come back in 15 minutes. We'll come back to Dan. So thanks a lot, everyone. All right, our 15-minute break is up. Let's see. Tell me something in the chat. Tell me your favorite animal in the chat to let me know you're back. And while you're doing that, your kind of favorite animals come in. While you're doing that, I'm going to reintroduce Dan Ludwig, our InterCS SRC. So, Dan, are you prepared to talk to us about pasture management? Some good animals coming in. Chipmunk. Oh, that's great. Skunks.
Oh, I
Cows.
guess if I have to. Was
All
this
right.
the types of animals that people want to write grazing plans for?
You could do it, right? Dan's your man if you want to write a grazing plan for any of those. Okay, Dan, it's all yours.
Although I don't know if I know how to write a grazing plan for a lemur. I don't know. Sea turtle. Grazing sea turtles. That'd be interesting. Grazing dogs, that's easy. Our dogs eat grass all the time, so that's all right. Let me get this PowerPoint all fired up for you folks. So and no introduction needed this time. You all know who I am, and I don't need to make things up anymore. Oh, sorry. There we go. So, intro to pasture management. Talk a little bit about, what is pasture? And between today and then your time in the field next week, hopefully we're going to be able to give you a good understanding of, what is a pasture and what's the difference between a brown pasture and an actual green one. We're also going to talk a little bit about how to do initial assessment of pasture areas on the farm, as well as the pasture inventory and evaluation tool we use as well. So on Tuesday, I talked about the PCS. So that's one of our evaluation tools that we use to assess for identifying resource concerns. But then also in my second presentation, I went through the example of the ag waste INE. I had that picture of the CNMP INE worksheet that the engineers use. We actually have we've developed one for pasture to help you as a guide through working with the producer, knowing which questions to ask, and so you can put together some of the basic grazing work. Hopefully we'll take a little bit of time to go through basic knowledge of forage identification and livestock characteristics. Because do we have any plant nerds out there that just love to identify plants? Because that gets to be kind of important, because especially with the pasture condition score, you may need to be, all right, we do have a plant nerd. All right, Hannah, we'll be making acquaintances next week. So good. So to do your pasture condition score, you're gonna have to know the difference between some of the grasses and the forbs, because all right, Leanna loves identifying grass as well. Awesome. Because we're going to have to look at desirable versus intermediate plants. And so knowing how to identify tall fescue versus orchard grass versus reed canary grass, blah, blah, blah. I could go on and on. So again, you will go over a little bit of that. And then we'll give you some familiarity with grassland processes and livestock management, including the different related conservation practices. And again, as I mentioned Tuesday, Tyson mentioned it this morning, the systems approach. What group of practices do we need to work with the producer on to make a big impact on their pasture management system? Let's see. So let's see here. How many of you out there are familiar with livestock operations that use their pasture for some feed value rather than just turnout? because that's one of the big things that we look at. Is a lot of, as I mentioned on Tuesday, a lot of our producers don't value pasture for what it can do for them, but more of turnout. But how many of you out there are familiar with some livestock operations that are actually trying to get some level of nutrition off of their pastures? Anybody out there? All right, Angela Stevenson. All right, Tim Peters, really? Engineers know something about pasture? Really? Oh my goodness. Hey, everybody, I learned something today. Engineers know something about pasture. All right, so Rachel, Allie, awesome. And how many of you out there actually have some basic knowledge of grazing management? How many are seeing this, or what I've talked about so far as a review? Or I could make it even interesting, is how many are being bored by the material that I'm presenting today as I pour more coffee? Okay, Ann says it's a review. Is it a good review, Ann? Not bored, but as a review. All right, thank you. All right, so good. I try not to bore you guys. Hopefully it's a beneficial, good review of all this stuff. So Ann says I'm doing fine. All right. Thank you, Ann. All right, so let's move on to our next slide here. Please move. There we go. All right. So again, as I talked about, today's an introduction to pasture management, including that resource inventory on our fields, which is done by typically our PCS. And then you're going to be we'll go over some of the components of a grazing system, and obviously we've talked a little bit about animal types and behavior, and maybe even touch a little bit on some pasture plant ID. So what is pasture? So in NRCS, we have and I may have mentioned this on Tuesday, we have the National Planning Procedures Handbook, and within that, that tells us how we're going to do the 9 steps of planning, how we write a plan from start to finish, and it also gives us definitions of all the different land uses. So and then we also have the the range people think they're more important than the pasture people. So it's got to be the National Range and Pasture Handbook. So just a little dig on all those people out in the western part of the country. But anyway, so we also have the National Range and Pasture Handbook that provides some definition as well. So the common definition of pasture is improved land producing introduced or domesticated native species managed to enhance forage quality and yields harvested primarily by grazing livestock. So most of the grasses that we're familiar with in our pasture systems are known as cool season grasses. Orchard grass, tall fescue, meadow fescue, perennial ryegrass. Those are all cool season grasses, but they are also introduced species. So they came from somewhere else. A lot of our native species that are used in grazing are more of the warm season type grasses. So you've probably heard of switchgrass, big blue stem, little blue stem. You know, those are native species. There are some warm season or there are some native cool season grasses, but they're really introduced. Stuff like those of you that worked in grazing may have heard of Caucasian blue stem. You know, that's one that we don't find. That one's actually introduced. I don't know. Can we even say an introduced native? That seems like an oxymoron, but anyway, going back to the definition of pasture. So again, it's, you know, improved land producing introduced or those native forage species again, and it's being harvested by grazing livestock. You know, so how many remember the commercial years ago about the happy cows? Happy cows are from California. I don't know truly if happy cows really come from California. That seems like a marketing strategy. But when I think of happy cows, I'm thinking of these ladies right here. You know, they're standing in pasture. Look at how tall that forage is. Look how thick and dense that. Now I'm hearing an echo. What's going on here? There we go. Let's try this. Look how thick and dense that pasture is. You know, these are happy cows. They've got food in front of them. They can eat all they want. They're at their favorite smorgasbord. So, you know, when we think of pasture management and really trying to produce pasture to produce beef products, dairy products, we need forage that looks like this. And how do we really come up with being able to produce forage like that? You know, it's looking at things such as, you know, stocking rates of the animals, the overall land base of that we can grow forages on. So, so that's why, you know, we're moving to this next slide is, you know, this is a plan view of a typical dairy farm in Pennsylvania. You know, for those of you that have been here working with us for a little while, or maybe some of you that like Ann that's been around the block for quite a few years, you'll see that our typical dairy farm in Pennsylvania is made up of multiple land uses. We have pasture, which you can see in the upper side of that tract, and then we have some crop fields, and then obviously we have the headquarters. But what do we notice about the amount of land allocated for pasture versus the cropland? There's a big difference in between how many acres are dedicated for pasture versus cropland. But what do we also notice about the area dedicated for pasture? A lot of times it's located next to the farmstead. You know, cows get milked in the morning, they get kicked out at night after milking, come back, you know, they go back and forth to the barn. So typically those pastures are next to the headquarters. What else are they close to? Everybody see that blue line stream? Most of our pastures are located next to water. Why is that? Well, it could be two reasons. Could be the fact that stream is the water source for when the animals are on pasture. Or what do we know about soils and the value of pasture? If those soils are capable of producing 200 bushels of corn, what's the likelihood of a producer that wants to manage that for pasture? Could be a trick question, but maybe it's not. So again, our average dairy producer who does confinement dairy just wants some turnout, right? They see no value in that pasture. So therefore, the least productive land, the most marginal land is usually what gets turned into pasture. And as I've said in a lot of my other presentations, and it depends if you're a green tractor guy or a red tractor guy, you know, it's the land that you can't, so those of you that are red tractor people, it's the land that you can't run the 1086 on. It's too steep, it's too wet. That's usually what ends up being your pasture. So again, looking at the soils on the field, the productive values, the land capability class. You know, that's a good indication. You know, when we talk about our conservation planning, we make soils maps, we make topo maps. How many of you are looking at land capability class maps, which is basically a combination of the soils and productivity value of the ground? And a lot of times what you'll find is those traditional pasture areas are found in those land capability classes 4 through 7. Except for our big grazers who are who are embracing the grazing operation, grazing dairies, they're trying to make forage production. So they've made the switch. They've taken their productive cropland and turned it into productive pasture. So again, if you want productive forage, you have to have productive ground, but you also have to put that management on top of it. Typical scene of unfortunately some of our dairy farms. Sorry if any of you guys here are dairy producers, but this is a typical scene when you would walk onto the farm or drive up to the farm. What do you see here? A manure storage. Dirt, not a pasture. A large HUA, dirt lot, overgrazed pasture, ACA. A good chance for projects. Rachel, I like the way you think. Yes, you all are right. Okay, so we've got some pasture that's not brown, but yeah, we see this large loafing area. I guess that's what the structure is. My eyes aren't working too good for me today, but I guess this right here is a manure. I guess that's that is a round tank. I'm sorry. It took me a little bit to, I promise there's nothing in my coffee. Yeah, that's a round manure storage right there. So we see all this. So they call us out that they want us to write a conservation plan. So one of the questions that we have to ask is, why would this producer want to develop or improve the pasture on their farms? Okay, so right now, this is the current management. We have to think about, why or do they want to do this? Why should we be talking to them about it? Okay, so there's different reasons out there. Some of it could be compliance reasons. They need to be in compliance with environmental regulations. So everything that Frank and Kate talked about on Tuesday. They may need, they need a manure management plan. Is there any direct discharges from this brown area? Is this brown area greater than 5,000 square feet? Where are these nutrients going? Or, is this something that they've done, they know that they shouldn't be doing, but it's just what's been easy, but now they've seen the light, they want to make a change. Again, it's, we got to take, again, looking at the first 3 steps of the planning process is identifying the problem, identifying the resources, determine the producer's objectives. What is it that they want to do? What can they do? And what do they have the resources to do? Okay, so the take-home message is, and as I mentioned on Tuesday, a lot of times talking to a producer about changing their pasture management is the hardest thing that you're going to do as a conservation planner, whether you're with NRCS, you're with your conservation district, you're with a partner information. You can it's easy to talk to a producer about, looking at planting, using no-till, planting some cover crops. They see the benefit in that right away. However, getting a producer to say, we need you to fix this brown lot, and the only way that's going to work best for that is to limit the amount of turnout. That is a tough pill for a lot of producers to swallow, not only dairy producers, but even beef producers. Having them being able to close the gate is a tough sell. It's a tough pill to swallow. But again, we need to have all this information in our back pocket to know how to address this with our producers. But again, this is, a lot of the farms that you're going to go out on, you may encounter this. So again, it's always think about, what options are out there for a producer to address these areas, and why would they want to address those areas? So what is an ACA? Now we know from all the different regulatory agencies, they have different acronyms, they have different definitions. We even saw it here in the chat. We have some people use ACA, somebody else used HUA. So, but are these all synonymous? I almost said synonymous, but synonymous. So in Pennsylvania, or with NRCS, especially when you look at the 528 standard, we call them concentrated livestock areas. They're not ACAs, but pretty much they are the same. What we're looking at is areas that are brown, denuded, are not capable of producing growing forage, and or have an accumulation of nutrients. But so the biggest thing is, again, looking at based on the different regulators, EPA, DEP, State Conservation Commission, they're all going to have they may have a separate acronym for it, separate definition. So you want to be able to be familiar with all those terms, because a lot of times, us as conservation planners, we may be getting to the farm after they had an appointment with a nutrient management planner. So they may be using a different term than what we're using. So the take home message here is, what is that ACA? Making sure we understand how they're defined. And again, these ACAs are basically, and these are usually permanent. They're perpetually used time and time again. I'll get on my soapbox for a second. A lot of people may call these sacrifice lots. Well, that is a pet peeve of mine. A sacrifice lot is truly something that is sacrificed. And when you sacrifice something, it's for a short term, and then you go back to the normal. So, a sacrifice lot may be used for 45 days out of the year, and then it's put back to its normal condition. Typically, ACAs, heavy use areas, HUAs, these are things that are perpetually used. They go back to them time and time again. Okay, so if anything, if I don't get anything across to you, is make sure you understand the difference between a sacrifice area and an ACA. Anyway, I digress. Okay, so I think I've covered that rather well, maybe a little too much. Let's see, so an ACA is this. Can you guess what is next? Any guesses? Do I have the suspense? Am I building suspense? Hopefully you're all there biting your nails. Again, it's a concentration area that will not maintain a growing crop, or areas where manure nitrogen is in excess of crop needs. So the only thing I want to talk about on that point here is, when we use the pasture planning tool, it has the pasture nutrient calculator. And a lot of times our overgrazed pastures, if you use realistic yields on what those pastures are producing in the terms of dry matter, you're going to have an excess of nutrients, especially on nitrogen, because if you're not growing grass, you're not taking up nutrients. Plus, we know from those of you who've been through the nutrient management program, that we have to deal with such things as residual manure nitrogen. So, when we have reduced yields, we're going to see that we're probably going to have a hard time, one, taking up the nutrient the nitrogen being deposited by the livestock. In addition, we might not even be growing enough grass to take up and make a dent in the amount of residual manure nitrogen. Okay, so so what I'm getting at in this point is, we may run that calculator, and just because it's out of balance, if it's got vegetation on it, I would not call it an ACA. It's still a pasture. It's just an overgrazed pasture with the nutrient load problem. I would save the term ACA or heavy use area. Well, heavy use area is actually a conservation practice, or concentrated livestock area for these brown denuded areas. Okay. So, and the other thing to think about is, will this area come back on its own? If a producer ceases to use this area, is it going to come back to pasture on its own? So if they just pulled that hay ring out of there and when we came back later in the summer, what's going to be growing there? Any guesses? Weeds. Yes, Nathan. Octavio, weeds. You got it. You might see some grass, but is it grass that's actually worth a damn? No, you're going to see crabgrass, you're going to see goose grass, you're going to see, yes, pigweed and all this other nasty stuff. So again, if we continually use these, they're not going to come back on their own. They're not going to come back to something that's got any value to it. And will it be able to meet the goals and needs of our producer or our customer? So that's why we need to identify these, work with the producer on how to really address these and get them back to productive pasture. So is one of these fields an ACA? Well, I think it's safe to say. Yes. Yep. We would call this an ACA because it is totally brown. It's been used multiple years. Look at this. We've got enough erosion happening that, the fence that probably at one time was over here. So then the fence probably fell down. So we built a new fence and we scooched it in a little bit. Okay. So, we have to look at, where are these located? What options can we go to the producer with to fix these different areas? As I mentioned on Tuesday, sure, we can put in the plan to do a pasture and hayland planting, but if we don't manage our grazing turnout, you can throw all the seed in the world at this, and it'll never be a pasture unless you restrict access and manage it to grow that harvest. Okay, so seeding alone is never going to treat one of these ACAs. So I think I've beat that ACA topic to death. Anybody want me to keep going on it? No, I didn't think so. And Tim, keep me honest on time because I'm kind of on a roll and I'm only halfway through my slides, believe it or not. So anyway.
Well, we were a little ahead, so you got time.
And probably the rest of the group just moaned and said, "Oh my God, Tim just gave Dan 10 more minutes because we're ahead of schedule."
You have 20 minutes total, Dan. So make that.
Now everybody's really groaning, going, "Holy crap, Tim!" I don't know. He might start getting hate emails for giving me more time.
Hey, the clock's ticking, Dan.
Well, how do you think I was going to use it? 20 minutes you were giving me. Anyway, all right, let's get serious again. So let's talk about what it takes to develop or improve a pasture. So, what are some of the different practices that we need to develop or improve a pasture? Let's throw it in the chat. Let's see some of these practices that you all have in mind. Rotational grazing, okay. Critical area planting, prescribed grazing, pasture rotation, fence, a grazing plan, a concrete lot. Pasture hay planting, nutrient management, prescribed grazing, pasture reseeding, a well, roofed HUA. All right, let's see, did we miss anything? Oh my goodness, you guys missed one. What? There we go. Tim bailed you out. Watering facility. Right. So, these are all different practices that it takes to improve or develop pasture. Oh, Savannah, putting in diversion swale to redirect water. Awesome idea as well. Especially if we have overused areas and we need to limit turnout, maybe we also need to limit how much water goes onto those sites. I like the way you're thinking. Okay, so all great ideas. So one thing, sometimes we get going down a rabbit hole about regulation and all that, and there are regulations when we start confining animals and we use the term heavy use area. And a lot of times, we put in a water trough and we need to expand the pad around it. So we've got enough area for the cattle to stand on so we don't get this big muddy mess around the trough. Or we plan some of our walkways, we may use the term heavy use area. When heavy use areas are tied to walkways and these pads around stabilization around water troughs, these really are exempt from Chapter 102. They're exempt from our CNMPs because they're really not part of a manure handling system. Okay, so now the only time that you may see in Chapter 102 or Chapter 91 about some regulations on animal walkways is if they become congregation areas and you start seeing direct runoff, direct charge of nutrients into the stream. But that's if they're used as loafing areas. Now, if you're naturally just moving animals from point A to point B, they're crossing a stream. Well, guess what? When animals get up and they move, what happens? They are going to poop. Shit happens. But what they're looking at is making sure that, we're not using these laneways as basically a heavy use area to confine animal, give them loafing area, and we get this buildup of nutrients. So, so from that aspect, they're not these stone areas, these stone walkways are not regulated unless we give them a reason to be regulated. Okay, so again, when you come out to the farm, let's take a good look at what's going on. Observe the landscape. See what's going on. Where are there streams? Where are there water sources? What is the overall topography? Hopefully, before you've come out to the farm, you've pulled your topo maps and you get a kind of good layout of the land. And that's going to help you, should be helping you determine, well, where am I going to need to put these walkways? And where on the landscape should I put these walkways? Okay. Okay, a lot of people mentioned fencing. Okay, so a lot of different considerations go into fencing. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we should be trying to match the livestock or match the fence to the livestock we're trying to keep in our pasture system. Now, one thing to think about is, we NRCS, we maintain all the practice standards and specifications. And one of the things that you want to be familiar with is what do we have listed as the minimum requirement to do the job? And always keep that in mind to what the producer wants. Okay, so there's a lot of producers that, oh, I've got Angus cattle. You'll never keep Angus cattle in with 3 strands of fence. And our standard says beef cattle can be maintained with 3 strands of fence. Well, you got to look at what's the situation of why you can't confine Angus cattle with 3 strands of fence? Most of the times when I'm out at the farm is because there's no freaking grass in the pasture, and it doesn't matter if you have 10 strands of fence. If there's a field of lush grass next to you, they're going through any fence to get to the grass. It's not that you can't keep them with 3 strands of fence. It's the fact that you have no reason for them to stay inside the fence. Anyway, I digress. So looking at the different types of fences, then looking at, those of you that mentioned rotational grazing, what kind of fencing do we need to support that grazing system? Is it something as simple as using step-in posts and poly wire or poly tape? Or do we need, permanent type fencing? Again, in our trainings, we never start talking about programs. We try to stay program neutral, but it is also important to understand that each of our practices, take programs aside, all of our practices have a expected lifespan, and that is what we expect the producer to maintain, do O&M for the length of that practice life expectancy. So, when we're, most of the fence, all the fencing that goes in should be able to meet a life expectancy of 20 years. Now, however, temporary posts, temporary wires, not going to meet that. So, but our permanent type fencing materials should be of durable quality to meet that practice life expectancy. But again, what's going to work well for the producer, what's going to, again, being flexible, giving them options is going to be the best bet. Okay, so we finally got Tim to mention watering for us. So watering or mineral feeding areas. These can be static areas that are improved, so meaning they're permanent. The animals come back time and time again, or they can be portable. Okay, so especially in our watering systems, we do quite a few different types of systems. Typically when we're doing spring developments, we will go to, we'll capture the spring water, go to a permanent trough. This trough overflows back to the stream. Sometimes we link them to another trough, but we can do watering systems with a pressurized system and use these permanent troughs. So again, it's looking at how does the producer want to manage their pasture and what's the best fit for what they want to do. For those of you that have mentioned rotational grazing, above ground pipeline with these portable troughs work well. Biggest thing is making sure we have enough water to meet the daily needs of these livestock. Sometimes you're running producers go, there's no way I can water 30 cows with a 100-gallon trough. Well, if we think about where is the trough in relation to where the livestock are grazing, if they're within 900 feet, they're always going to come to that trough singly or in pairs or triplets, 2s or 3s, and they'll be able to drink. 2 or 3 cattle or horses or sheep or goats can get to that trough. They're not going to fight over it. It's when sometimes you have a set location and the livestock have to walk a long ways. That's when they start coming as a herd. And yes, I do agree that if you have a group of cattle 30 cattle that are walking quarter of a mile to a water trough, they're all going to come as a group. And yes, you're going to have trouble watering them with this smaller trough. So, but again, thinking about flexibility when we're using our portable troughs, being able to vary the location every time that paddock's used so we don't develop a mud spot versus, in this lower left corner, it's a permanent location. So just think about if we make a trough a permanent location, what are our needs for stabilization around that trough? But again, we got to be able to match our watering system to our type and numbers of livestock. Okay, when there's a stream and there's livestock, more than likely they're going to need a stream crossing. So what is the best system for that stream crossing? Typically we are using a combination of a gravel approach with concrete hog slats. And then usually the big determination here is how much of this stream crossing needs to be stabilized with slats. Okay, typically if we have a stable bottom within the stream, so think about that substrate I mentioned earlier, we got the stony, cobbly, non-mucky bottom. Typically all we need to look at doing is stabilizing the bank itself in the portion of the trail out to the end of the fence. However, if this is a mucky stream, can't find any gravels in the stream bed, we might actually have to put slats in the bottom of the stream. So again, also looking at the types of livestock, horses may not like these concrete slats. So, in that instance, you may have to go with we can build these strictly all out of gravel. So that might be something that you have to look at, or you may have to do something with filling in all the little gaps within the slat itself for that optical illusion. But again, when we have a stream, more than likely we're going to need some sort of crossing. Now, a lot of times the producer will say, "We want to put a pipe in there." I don't know. Can anybody tell me why producers love pipes? Other than they probably get them at the auction down the road for next to nothing. But for those of you that have worked with permitting, how easy is it to get a GP7 to put a pipe as a stream crossing? How much does it cost too? So anyway, so again, typically we're doing these, we call them forded crossings versus culvert crossings. Okay, also need to look at grass and forage management. I think some people, yep, we have some pasture reseeding or overall pasture. If we've converted cropland, we need to establish pasture. So again, knowing the type of livestock that we're doing, what the production goals are, is going to allow us to look at mixes of what types of forages, what species of forages we need to put into that grazing system to support the operation. Again, also looking at what does it take to get it established? Fertility of the pastures. Management of the pastures. Once it starts growing, how soon should we put livestock out on those pastures? That's usually one of the biggest things that we see is we may get the producer to pull the animals off to seed it. But as soon as those nice little green sprigs of grass come up, they're tempted to put the animals out. And we have to remember that for establishment, you got to allow the grass to grow, get those roots established before you put grazing pressure on it. So, biggest thing is pasture seedings. Be prepared to talk to the producer about keeping the animals off of the pasture for 6 months or more. You got to give the grass an opportunity to get established before you put the grazing pressure on it. Okay. We also have people that have mentioned rotational grazing or pasture management. So we're looking at healthy, productive forage. Okay, so let it grow to the right height. We also got to put in there is make sure you take the animals, move the animals off the pasture at the right height to allow for grass to regrow. And what does grass need to grow? Some of the common ones.
5-minute warning, Dan.
5 minutes already. All right. Anyway, so the biggest thing is the grass needs sunlight. If you graze the grass down to nothing and you remove all the leaf material, is the plant going to intercept sunlight? No. So you're going to, just by grazing alone, if you overgraze it and don't leave any leaf material behind, you're severely going to impact how fast that forage is going to recover and grow back. So again, if we want healthy, productive forage, we have to leave a little bit behind so it can actually grow. So we kind of talked about our plant terms earlier. So we've got grasses, we've got legumes. So like our clovers, our broadleaf plants are usually broken down into forbs. And like I said before, basically a forb is a weed that our livestock will eat. Weeds are the forbs that they won't eat. Okay, so So our pastures can be made up of all these different things. So again, what we're really looking for is a nice balance. Typically, we're looking for 70% forages and 30% legumes. We might, we want to have some other forbs in there like our chicories and other stuff. It's also to think about the functional groups, because when you do pasture condition score, it's going to talk about, do we have representation from, multiple functional groups? And our functional groups are our cool season grasses, our warm season grasses, our legumes, and our forbs. And essentially, how they grow, what they're made up of, what these plants are made up of. Also look about what's desirable plant species. So again, desirables, those are things that mainly are desired by the animal. However, producer input is key in desirable species. So typically our desirables are those that are readily grazed by livestock. The amount of refusal on them in its vegetative state is relatively low. Intermediates, sometimes these are ones that they will essentially spot graze. They may graze them. You don't get good efficiency on them, but they may eat parts of the plant, like they may strip the leaves but never eat the stems. And then you have your undesirables. These are the ones that the plants or the animals avoid altogether because they're bitter. They have different compounds to them that make them inedible. So we need to know that, especially when we get into our pasture condition scoring. So again, thinking about growing pasture, we need to be looking at controlling noxious or invasive species, because guess what? If we want to grow good grass, do we want to have good ground occupied by undesirable species that are a problem for both the livestock and the producer? No. So good pasture management is going to take some control of undesirable and noxious invasive species. And again, the key to all of this is good pasture management. All types of, anywhere from continuous grazing to intensive rotational grazing, all meets the 528 standard. So, but it all takes good management to be able to be successful. So we can be successful with continual grazing. However, most of the times our continuous grazing ends up being continual overgrazing. So we need to get rid of the continual overgrazing. But so we can do continuous grazing, but at some point those pasture grasses are going to need a break. However, you get into your rotational grazing, we rotate the animals, we leave some grass behind. That's where we kind of hear this thought of take half, leave half. Biggest thing there is we're leave material behind to intercept sunlight so the grasses regrow. And obviously we can't forget about our wildlife friends out there. If we don't have to graze every single acre out there. Of course, a lot of producers want to graze every acre. Hey, they're paying taxes on it. The birds and the deer, they don't pay taxes. But if you've got odd field corners, odd angles, there's nothing wrong with keeping them and managing them for our wildlife. Every little bit helps. So because Tim's going to give me the hook, I'm successfully at the last slide. So again, in review, some of the key components that we're going to bring back to you next week, and even as your time and as a conservationist goes on, we're always going to be talking to you about some of these key components of pasture management, grazing management, working with producers and figuring out how to eliminate or minimize their animal concentration areas, or different types of fencing that are out there. How, when, and why we should be using walkways or laneways, watering locations, looking at managing our noxious and invasive species. How can we work with that producer to manage for healthy and productive forages? seeing that if they see the benefit in that, then that's going to help you be able to sell that rotation and management of those pastures, because really those two go hand in hand. And then obviously, you know, we always have to think about our furry and feathered friends. So with that, any questions, any comments, any complaints? I even take complaints.
The chat's gonna get flooded here. Geesh. No, hey, thanks a lot, Dan. I appreciate the talk, great talk, and to put a plug in for ACA manure storage training, we do have the Act 38 training course that dives into ACAs a little bit more, which is a fun training. And that's a partnership with State Conservation Commission, Penn State, and NRCS. So with that, thank you, Dan. We'll see you next week. I think on Tuesday, you'll be moderator and in the field as well. And shifting gears, our next presentation is going to come from Mark Goodson. I don't know. Did we meet Mark Goodson yet? No, I guess not. So Mark Goodson is the NRCS state agronomist. And Mark is here to talk to us about plant biology. Mark, the floor is yours. Thanks. Mark, you're muted if you're talking. We see a blank blue or a blue Windows screen is what we see. We saw some presentation.
there we
Oh,
go.
gotcha. Okay.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yes, good good day. I'm pushing buttons here and trying to get ready here. Sorry for not pushing the mute button here. I'm going to talk about plant terms. We've been talking about plants.
We don't see
yeah.
your presentation, Mark, if you're showing.
No, I'm trying to
Okay.
push the button there.
Very good.
Push
Hey,
the
good
button
point.
there.
Thanks.
There
we
we
see
go.
it.
Plant terminology, plant characteristics, ways of classifying plants, ways of talking about plants in common terms, and kind of starting to get into the nitty gritty of what differentiates one genus, one species from another, and these functional groups and these terms that we've been using. Let's all make sure we're all on the same page, and so we can go forward when we get our field training with identification and learning characteristics of these different plants that are in conservation and in production. Some definitions or terms: grass, any of a large family of monocotyledons, mostly herbaceous plants with jointed stems, slender, sheathing leaves. Wow, there's a lot in that definition. A monocotyledon. A cotyledon is a seed leaf. When a seed germinates, a pre-made leaf comes out of the seed. These are called seed leaves or cotyledons. When grasses germinate, a single spike will come up. It will have a single seed leaf or cotyledon presented. And when we talk about jointed stems, as grasses climax and they shoot their heads, you'll see on their stems that they've got joints or nodes on those stems. Those are growing points that emerge and have cell division and make the plant grow. So as opposed to some other types of plants that have the growing points at the very tip of the plant, grasses have these jointed stems, and they have these sheathing leaves that wrap around the stem. And so I think you are all familiar with what a grass is, but we're going to be looking at different sizes of grasses. Legumes, a very important group of plants. These are the plants that are they're dicotyledonous. Two cotyledons emerge when the seeds germinate. And these could be herbs or shrubs or trees, but one characteristic that they have is that they all form pods. So think of pea pods and locust trees that make the pods. And what's really economically important about these is that they have a relationship with a bacteria that lives in their root that actually can manufacture plant available nitrogen from the air we breathe. So our air that we breathe contains about 70% inert nitrogen. We can't get that nitrogen. We can't use that nitrogen in the air around us to feed our plants because it's unavailable. It's inert. These legume bacteria in the roots fix nitrogen and feed the plant nitrogen, and also will leave nitrogen behind provide nitrogen to other plants. Back to broadleaves, as opposed to grasses. These are dicotyledons and have a relatively wide leaf in comparison to the grasses. Grasses are more narrow-leafed, and they can come in various shapes, and these shapes are used for identification purposes, and we'll look into that some more. Forbs, herbaceous broadleaf plant that is not a grass and not grass-like, so we're talking about dicotyledons that really basically aren't grass. So a lot of broadleaf plants are forbs. Forbs is a very general term for a non-grass plant, dicotyledon. Undesirable, as Dan talked about, we need to look at desirable plants, intermediate plants, undesirable plants, to have a good concept of which plant species are readily eaten, which ones are not readily eaten, and which plants could conflict with management goals and objectives. So now, weed is a plant that is not valued where it's growing. Okay, so in a cornfield, a soybean plant could be a weed, but in a soybean field, it's not a weed. It would be a desirable plant that we want to grow there. So there's always context to naming weeds. And forages is all the browse and herbage that's available and acceptable to grazing animals that may be harvested for feeding purposes or for grazing. So those are terms. So can grasses, legumes, or forbs, anything that animals will eat can be forages. Okay, classification. There's a science of classification for naming plants and animals that I'm sure were introduced to in biology, the binomial system, which contains two terms for identifying the genus and the species of every different species. A glycine max is the genus and species for soybeans. So each plant does have a scientific name that can be used to identify it, and the things that differentiate plants into the different genus and species are things like their life cycle, whether they're warm season or cool season plants, if they're grasses or broadleaves, if they're legumes or non-legumes, weeds, if they're undesirable or desirable, or as we talked about, the functional groups that they belong to. These are all different ways of classifying plants into ways that we can discuss them and create management plans to improve the resource base. Life cycle is a common way to identify plants. We talk about annuals, biennials, and perennials are the three basic types. Annuals, biennials, and perennials. And I'm sure you're somewhat familiar with these terms. An annual is a plant that will complete its life cycle. It will go from a seed through its entire life cycle and create a new seed within a period less than a year. In a period less than a year. So there are a lot of our cash crops are annual plants. I'm going to show you a sketch here of a winter annual. Here, the winter annual germinates in late summer or fall, and we get a small rosette or small vegetative growth. There'll be some dormancy during the winter. Then the following spring, we get a flower head produced and some fruit produced, and we finally, the plant will self-terminate at the end of its life cycle after having produced leaves. So that's a winter annual. We also can have some examples of winter annuals are our winter grains, such as rye, wheat, barley, some things that we might see in the fields right now as spring is really on us right now, and things are starting to grow. Things like common chickweed, henbit, shepherd purse, yellow rocket, these garlic mustard, horseweed. These are plants that have been overwintering, and now that the conditions, the sunshine, the temperature, the moisture is here, we're seeing those out in the fields right now, and they'll come and go. They're a nuisance. They use resources, and that's what they are. Summer annuals are crops. Examples are things like corn and soybean that are sown in the early spring or mid-spring, and they will complete their life cycle through the spring and summer. And finally, at the fall, they will complete their life cycle, and we harvest the materials, the seed materials that they develop. So those are summer annuals. And of course, corn, soybeans, and then some of our major weeds that we know, common lamb's quarter, pigweed, foxtail, and crabgrass grasses, giant ragweed and common ragweed. These are examples of summer annuals, complete their life cycle, one season. So here again, they're be able to identify what type of life cycle various plants are as you learn more about the different crops, different cover crops, and the different weeds that we encounter commonly in our farms in Pennsylvania. Life cycle. A biennial is a plant that takes less than 2 years to complete its life cycle. It emerges in the summer, and we get a small vegetative growth in the summer. As winter approaches, a large rosette will develop, and in the springtime and the following summer, we're going to get a flower stalk and seed production. Some of these are bad weeds, common burdock. That's those little Velcro balls that stick to you. That's a biennial. Bull thistle, musk thistle. These are noxious weeds that are also biennials. Common wild carrot or Queen Anne's lace, poison hemlock, etc. And so then take a look at how they grow, and they'll start germinating here in the spring as things warm up, and it'll take all the way through the end of 2025 before those seeds that germinated, or 2024 for those seeds that germinated in spring of 23 to complete their life cycle. There's some examples. Red clover is a biennial. It's a plant that'll stick around for 2 years, and then it's done its job. It's finished. Carrot, celery, parsley, some non-crops, as I mentioned, the thistles, the burdocks, Queen Anne's lace, biennials bloom the second year and die. Perennials can complete their life cycle in greater than 2 years. We look at perennials. So these perennials, year after year, you plant them or they get established. They're going to stick around. They spread primarily by seeds when they're known as simple perennials. And some examples of simple perennials are like alfalfa, dandelion, curly dock, pokeweed, some of these weeds and crops that have a taproot. Okay, and so they grow, and they're called simple because they grow in one place and they don't spread. They only spread via seed. Okay, but that taproot will help them to overwinter and keep them alive from year to year. Okay, those are simple perennials, as opposed to what are called creeping perennials or spreading perennials. These have a vegetative means of reproducing, as well as being able to reproduce from seed, and they can become quite tough and troublesome. They grow in. You'll see these type of plants grow in patches, and these plants are really, as you see a patch of Canada thistle, it's really one large Canada thistle plant, because underneath the ground there is a spreading rootstock that buds and forms new shoots. Okay, so this is a vegetative reproduction. Creeping perennials, these are some of the worst weeds that we have, simply because these structures will, if you kill the top off, you mow them or chop them, more buds will form and new shoots will come out of the ground. Let's see, they have enough energy in the roots to overwinter. If you practice tillage and you decide you're going to till up this Canada thistle, to get rid of it once and for all, you might be unpleasantly surprised when each of these pieces of spreading rootstock sprout again, and those perennial thistles appear again in the field. So we have perennial thistle, Canada thistle, hemp dogbane, purple loose strife, Johnson grass, ground ivy. So they have specialized root structures to help them reproduce, and we'll touch on them a little bit more as we move along. So that's our annual, perennials, and biennial life cycles. Okay. Look at warm season versus cool season plants. Nature's design plants that will thrive during different times of the year, and warm season plants are plants that thrive during the warmer, hotter months of the year, in the summertime, June through September, adapted to hot, dry weather. They'll stay green in July and August, unlike cool season plants that grow best in the spring and the fall, when the air temperatures are cooler. Okay, so think about our lawns, our cool season grasses. They grow very well in the spring, but in the late summer, early fall. But during the midsummer period, they tend to, especially when there's some kind of drought going on, they just dry up and stop growing, look like toast. Okay, whereas our warm season plants really thrive in that warmer weather. Some of them have a different kind of photosynthesis that's very efficient in the hot weather. Okay, and that's like corn and sorghum are fit into that category, but also soybeans, peppers, tomatoes, switchgrass. These are warm season crops. Cool season crops thrive in the cooler months. Our small grains that we talked about earlier that are winter annuals, these are cool season crops because they grow well in the fall, late into the early winter, and then green up in the cool spring temperatures, and mature in the early summer. Cool season small grains such as rye, wheat, barley, oats, And our lawn varieties such as Kentucky bluegrass, perennial ryegrass, annual ryegrass, orchard grass, potatoes, quite a few cool season plants that we grow. So we're going to be thinking about these cool season versus warm season as we're selecting plant materials for specific purposes in our plans. And here's just an illustration from the Penn State Agronomy Guide. All the NRCS offices have Penn State Agronomy Guides on hand, and I encourage you to read through the cultural pages of the different crops and pasture forages that are in that agronomy guide. But this shows you different types of forage grasses and brassicas that are grown for forages, and it shows you when the peak is in the calendar month, when the peak growth is. So you see our perennial ryegrass has a large peak of growth in the April-May time period, then slouches off. Get what's this down period here in the summer when it's very hot is called the summer slump for cool season grasses, and then we get another burst of growth that's not as big as the spring burst of growth, but we get another bunch of growth really around Ag Progress days through October when there's a burst of growth. And so perennial ryegrass, orchard grass, fescues, they all fit into that cool season grass category. Whereas our warm season grasses, our switchgrass, our blue stems, okay, they are really going to be dormant in the fall and in winter and in the very early spring. But boy, they put on a burst of growth in the summer. So a lot of times there's, when planning forage management plans, you want to have probably a mixture of cool season grasses and warm season grasses across the operation, so the cattle can be moved into a thriving pasture. Leaving your cattle out when the summer slump is going on in a cool season grass is really a good way to damage that sward. Okay. Broadleaves versus grasses, very general terms. Broadleaves and grasses. So we talked about grasses with the long, narrow leaves. Look at the veins of the leaf, and you'll find that grasses have parallel leaf veins or leaf venation. They are monocotyledon seeds when they emerge, and they do not have branches on the stems. They actually grow from crowns at the base of the new growth comes and emerges from tillers at the crown of the plant, whereas broadleaf are wide leaf plants, and they have a netted or reticulated leaf veins. They emerge when they are planted from seed. They germinate and have two cotyledons or seed leaves, and they form branches. So grasses versus broadleaf. Legumes in a special category of a broadleaf plant, because they can biologically fix the nitrogen. This nitrogen is an important source of nitrogen for our food systems. So for instance, in our corn soybean rotation, the soybean is a legume. The corn is a warm season grass that requires nitrogen. So if we grow a soybean in rotation with corn the following year, there is biologically fixed nitrogen in the residue that the soybean plants will leave behind. They're summer annuals. They will go to seed and be harvested, and the residues that they leave behind is rich in nitrogen, and it's like free fertilizer. Nitrogen is an essential nutrient. It is needed in large amounts by corn and some other crops. The success of the crop is dependent on that. It's expensive. And so in growing in a rotation, as Tyson mentioned. It gives the corn will benefit from the rich nitrogen that the legume soybean is left behind. Alfalfa, beans, lentils, clovers, these are all examples of legumes. And some miscellaneous terms here as brassicas. These are plants in the cabbage and mustard family. Radish is one. Turnip is a brassica. Canola or rapeseed that they make the cooking oil out of. These are brassicas. They're cool season plants. Forbs we talked about is any broadleaf plant that's not a grass, not grass-like. We talk about that fits into the large category of forbs. Undesirable plants are not readily eaten by grazing animals, or they conflict with some other management objective. Weed is not valued where it's growing, and as we mentioned, the forages are anything that the animals will eat. It could be a grass, a forb, a legume, but that's what we call forages. And so we'll shift a little bit here. We're going to be talking more in the field about identifying plants and looking at plants. It's going to be important for us to be able to do some basic plant ID in our careers. And so we'll talk a little bit about grass plants. And here's a blow up of a grass plant. They have a growing point in the crown down here at the base. Sometimes they have stolons. Sometimes they have rhizomes, different types of vegetative reproductive features that so they can spread and form sods. Not all grasses have a rhizome or a stolon. This is the generalized picture to show you what may be present. These small side shoots off the main crown are called tillers, and tillers will mature into a second or third vertical stem here. Our stems are erect; they're not branched. There can be a sheath wrapping around the stem. That sheath is leaf-like material, and it has a collar region here. Collar region is where the blade of the leaf joins with the stem of the leaf, the stem of the plant, excuse me, stem of the plant. And if we look carefully at that area, we can find features that differentiate different grasses in the vegetative stage, so we can identify them. There's things called ligules at the base of the leaf. That's like a small rain guard, a little bit of tissue that's membranous or hair-like that, excuse me, that will be present or not present. And there's something called auricles, which at the base of the leaf are kind of like little collars that wrap around the leaf and clasp to the stem. And we mentioned earlier the node or the growing points there. Different types of seed heads on grasses. This presentation doesn't go into them, but we can have panicles or racemes or spikes. Example of a spike is a wheat plant, and if you look carefully at a wheat flowering head, you'll see that it's made up of spikelets, and each of those spikelets contains small flowers or florets. So these are the main parts of grasses. We're going to see these again in our training here next week. Just taking a close look at the collar region here.
Hey, Mark,
do we have
5-minute warning. I'm going to give you a 5-minute warning, okay?
That's fine.
Okay,
That's
thanks.
fine. here's our base of our leaf. This is the sheath material here, and of this, and there's no ligule and no auricles are present there. Okay, here's an example of a hair-like. Okay, so we have a hairy leaf and a hair-like ligule. Okay, we may see that. We may find that the ligule is membranous. So these are the small features that we use to identify different grasses. Okay, and so we're going to get up close and personal with these next week. There's a small tissue called the auricles, which wrap around the stem. And then we have broadleaf plants, and broadleaf plants could be a variety of leaf shapes. We talked about the cotyledons. These are emerging velvet leaf, and it looks like common lamb's quarter. You can see the cotyledons or seed leaves. They emerge as the plant germinates, and then they serve to get photosynthesis started and to get the life going in those young plants, and then the true leaves emerge. And it's the true leaves that we usually use for identifying what plants are, which species they may belong to. We could be using the cotyledons as they emerge. You know, a good crop scout can spot these emerging velvet leaf, pigweeds, lamb's quarters when they're really small, and really that's the time to manage those weeds, to control them. And now finally we get to the perennial structures. As we mentioned, perennial structures that allow the plant to spread and creep. We could have stolons, and things like white clover and strawberries have stolons. These are above ground stems that grow horizontally, and they'll root kind of at the elbows of these side horizontal stems. Rhizomes are below ground thickened stems. Okay, so we can see these rhizomes on Canada thistle, quackgrass, goldenrod, Johnson grass, and you see that as underground stems that they've got nodes. So you can differentiate a rhizome from a root in that a rhizome has nodes. Roots do not have nodes. So rhizomes, tubers like yellow nut sedge, potato is a tuber. So it has an enlarged rhizome with compressed internodes located at the ends of the rhizome. Budding and creeping roots such as in hempdogbane, milkweed, bindweed. Okay, the roots will bud, new shoots will develop off them and grow both vertically and horizontally. And bulbs such as wild garlic, onions, tulips. These are modified leaf tissues that are compressed into this storage tissue that allows the perennial to survive from year to year. And so with that, I come to the end of my talk here, and open it up for questions. I appreciate your attention.
I think we have a poll for you, right, Mark?
We have a poll. Yes, we do.
Is it the biennials one?
That's one.
I'm gonna launch it. All right, the poll should be active. Great responses so far. In the meantime, any questions for Mark? Oh, I need to put it in the chat too. Sorry about that. Mark, do you want to read the question while
Oh, sure. Well, our question here is biennials complete their life cycle within 2 years. Some examples of biennials include bull thistle and wild carrot, Canada thistle and hempdogbane, alfalfa and orchard grass, or common lamb's quarter and pigweed. And the responses, we've gotten 23 responses, about half the people responded. And we're getting, the majority of people have selected bull thistle and wild carrot, which is the correct response. So kudos for those of you paying close attention to the talk. I appreciate that. And we'll be doing more plant ID in the field next week. And so try and retain what we talked about today. Okay, Tim, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mark. We appreciate it, and we'll look forward to being in the field with you in person next week or the first week of May, depending on which group you are in. Our next presentation, we're going to go back to Tyson Myers, and Tyson's going to talk about plant ID a little bit more, and that will segue into the in-field stuff. Well, for when we are out together next week or in May. So Tyson, all yours.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Can you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, we hear you well.
All right, great. So for our field plant identification, we are going to do a review of the plant functional groups, a little bit of basic plant ID, just to touch on what Mark went over, and then also review some common plants, mostly grasses that we may find out on the farms that we're working with. All right, so plant functional groups are species of that are grouped having similar management requirements and or biological contributions and attributes. All right, so the first one being cool season grasses, like Mark mentioned. These could be Kentucky bluegrass, wheat. Warm season grasses are C4. Warm season grasses could be big blue stem, Indian grass, maybe corn as a warm season grass. Next we have legumes. Alfalfa would be an example of a legume, soybeans, and finally, we have forbs or broadleaf plants, and we'll review all of these as we go through the presentation here. So just referencing back to Mark's diagram, I think it's really important to remember the parts of the plant. This one's for grasses. We have let's see, let's start at the top. We'll have the awn, which is in the inflorescence. You can see next down, we have the joints. In the joint, this is one of the places that we can look to identify the grasses. One of the best ways to identify them. If anyone has used any plant ID books, we'll see that it likes to the differences are pointed out between the ligules, the auricles, and the sheath. Like Mark had some better photos in his presentation of the clasping auricles or a membranous ligule, or sorry, auricle. So those are some of the examples that we can use to ID the plants. The node and internodes, the internode is the space between the nodes, the stem. And then Mark also pointed out the differences between rhizomes and stolons, and that will be shown in later in this presentation as well. I always like to think of stolons are on the surface with an S, and rhizomes, I know they're not a root, but they're like roots underground spreading. So that's how I remember them myself. All right, so as far as our grasses, first up, one of the common ones we might see, Kentucky bluegrass. It has characteristics include a boat-shaped tip. If you see that boat-shaped tip right at the end of the grass plant, you can put your thumb out and press it and it will split. That is one of the easy ways to ID the Kentucky bluegrass. No auricle. It has a very short growth habit. And it's one that we might see in a lot of pastures that are overgrazed, abused, pastures. It can take it's tolerant of the close grazing and more abuse than some of our other grasses that we're going to review. So if you have someone who's doing continuous grazing and or maybe areas that there's more pressure on, maybe a horse pasture, these are a good grass for that area. Next is perennial ryegrass. It has an overlapping sheath and a round stem. You can always see this one with it. It just appears shinier than everything else. That's one of the things that gives it away, that waxy coating. It's shiny. It doesn't have a great persistence. It does not tolerate drought well, but it is very competitive when it has nutrients and ample water. It is very competitive. It does need 2 or 3 inches of stubble for the regrowth. Next up, one of the most common ones we see in Pennsylvania, especially in pastures and hayfields, is orchard grass. It's a bunch grass, so it's clumped up. It has a light green color. One of the easy ways to identify this is at the bottom of the stem. It's flat. It's very flat, has a white membrane, and it's pointed at the top. It can take drought better than perennial rye. Does pretty well and does okay with wet as well. It's competitive with legumes. You'll often see orchard grass, alfalfa, sometimes seeded together. And it needs 3 to 4 inches of stubble to remain in the stand for regrowth. You can see the photos there on the left of the flat base of it, and then the inflorescence on the bottom photo. Orchard grass also will be one of the first ones you might see head out in the spring. Sometimes you can see it as early as May, end of April. You'll see orchard grass going to head. Tall fescue. It's a bunch grass. It's dark green. Tall growth habit, deep veins with rough edges, just like Dan had mentioned earlier. If you're unsure, you can pluck a piece of the grass off and run your hand along the leaf edges, and you can feel that sharpness on your fingers. That is most likely tall fescue. Can take abuse. It has a high tolerance to frequent harvest. It's great for stockpiled forage whenever it can stay persistent and green long into the fall. And the problem with tall fescue is it is infected by endophytes, which cause problems for cattle and horses that eat it. So the endophytes go away after the frost and cool weather in the winter. So it's more palatable for animals. It also could be used, we looked earlier, we discussed the grass waterways. It could be used something like that. It's very persistent. It can take abuse, maybe farm lanes, stuff like that, where we know that we want to keep cover, but you do have to be careful of it spreading because it sometimes can be problematic. All right, next up, Timothy. Timothy's mostly used for hay in Pennsylvania. It's later maturing. It's a tall growing bunch grass. It has the twisting leaves and the corm make it distinctive. And again, also with its spike-like panicle, it's a horned spikelet, and it's not commonly used in grazing situations just because it needs a taller stubble height for persistence. It can be, but mostly it's used, it's planted in hayfields. All right, smooth brome grass. Smooth brome grass is also mostly used in Pennsylvania in hayfields a lot of times. It has a very distinctive crimp in the midleaf resembling an M. You can see it in the top photo on the right in the leaf there. That M is very distinctive. If you find that, you can mostly be certain that you're looking at smooth brome grass. It has a narrow divided collar. You can see that also at the left part of the top picture. Large drooping panicle, and it takes a few years to get established, but it's a great sod forming rhizomes spreading underground, right? If it's a rhizome. All right, next up, red clover. It's tall, rapid growth habit in the spring. It doesn't do well with drought. You'll see it coming out of stands when it gets really hot and dry. It's easily established. You can frost seed it. Go out in the spring when the frost heaves the ground early in the morning when it's frozen. It has a taproot, moderate depth. It can cause bloat in some animals, cattle, if there's just full stands of red clover. And one of the easily identifiable characteristics is the hairy stem in the top picture, top photo there. You can see the hairy stem is characteristic of red clover. All right, next up we have white clover. Sometimes farmers and others refer to it as ladino clover, is a variety of white clover, common variety. It has rapid growth. It spreads by stolons on the surface. Recedes itself, can persist under heavy pressure. It can be commonly found with Kentucky bluegrass and white clover, or a nice mix to put in for pastures that are taking a lot of abuse or overgrazed. If you get too much of it, you can have bloat in animals, just like all legumes, and then it does have a smooth stem. So that's how you can tell the difference between red and white clovers. Next up, alfalfa. High drought tolerance because of its deep taproot, gets down into the soil profile to access moisture. It's highly persistent with good management. You can sometimes see alfalfa stands that make it 5 and even into 6 years, alfalfa grass stands. You'll still see some alfalfa left in the stand if it's well managed. Alfalfa likes a higher pH. 6.5 to 7.5 is ideal for alfalfa. It can cause bloat, again, if there's too much of it when grazed. But you'll commonly see this as a solid stand of alfalfa grass mixture, sometimes as hayfields or in pasture as well. All right, next up, just bouncing back to Mark's reference to broadleaves. They could be, brassicas used in the field for grazing and building soil health. Just some different photos here. Brassicas, the deep taproot, breaking up compacted layers. All right, next up we have our broadleaves. Depending on the situation, the pasture or crop field situation, we discussed the definition of a weed as something that you don't want there for a certain reason. Some producers may value these and realize that the cattle or sheep, goats, whatever it is that you're grazing, can benefit from them. So we have plantain, dandelions, wild carrot, Queen Anne's lace, and it looks like chicory in the bottom right there. All right, next up we have corn, which is, of course, an annual warm season grass. I'm sure we're well aware, fast growth rate, and not winter hardy. Common crop in Pennsylvania. Soybeans, also an annual. They are a warm season legume. They have a taproot. They are pollinated by insects. They're multi-branched and, of course, not winter hardy either. A common cash crop in Pennsylvania. Winter wheat is an annual cool season grass. It requires vernalization, so it needs to be planted in the fall and have that cold, short daylight period over the winter. And it's pollinated by wind, and it is erect, forms tillers, and it is winter hardy. pretty common crop in Pennsylvania also. Winter barley is also an annual cool season grass. Same as wheat, requires vernalization, pollinated by wind. Winter barley and winter wheat can both have the hairy
Awns.
awns. Yeah, there. Thank you, Mark. Yep.
Oh, sorry.
And they are commonly planted in the fall, September, October, maybe into November, depending where you're at in Pennsylvania, but a common field crop. All right, next up, cereal rye. Also, cool season grass, annual. Also needs vernalization, pollinated by wind. Cereal rye can get very tall. You might, if it's remains standing, you can get up 5-6 foot tall. Cereal rye. Rye is allelopathic, so it can gives off chemicals that allows it to outcompete or you know destroy its other people or other plants that want to grow within its root zone. It's, some people use it as a cover crop more, but we see some of it in Pennsylvania. All right, next up, spring oats. Also a cool season annual, pollinated by wind. Right now is probably, if we had dry conditions, a good time to be planting oats in Pennsylvania, depending where you're at. Oats planted now, harvested in late July, August in Pennsylvania. Used to be a popular crop, maybe not so much anymore, but you still see some oats sometimes in Pennsylvania. Also, people were planting oats for cover crops in the fall that most likely would winter kill, and sometimes there's new oat varieties that are being used for grazing or harvested as forage. You'll see that may be even more common now as people planting oats in the spring to be harvested with their big wide leaves to be harvested as a forage. Next up, triticale or triticale. It's an annual cool season grass, pollinated by the wind. It is a cross of rye and wheat. It's common in Pennsylvania. I've seen it used as a forage a lot. Farmers will plant it in the fall, and it can be harvested in the spring as a forage. Has good nutrition content for livestock, and it also matures about the same time as crimson clover. You see it planted, commonly planted with that as well. All right, next up, tobacco. It's an annual warm season broadleaf, pollinated by insects, erect and branched, and of course, it's not winter hardy. We see this some of the southeastern counties in Pennsylvania. Yep. And okay, here we have examples of the different between rye on your left, oats, and the barley and wheat awns. All right, so we'll get everyone out in time for lunch, but do we have any questions before we finish up here?
I think we have a poll question, right, Tyson? And orchard grass.
Yeah, I did not
Sure.
write the poll questions, but let's see it.
I'm gonna launch it. All right. And plant field identification, orchard grass. A has a flat stem. B is a cool season grass. C is sod forming grass. D both has a flat stem and is a sod forming grass, or the last option, which would be A, B, C, D, E, both has a flat stem and is a cool season grass. I may have gotten some of those backwards. I apologize. I'm going to put it in the chat. I botched that. Forgive me.
All right, thank you, Tim.
Looks like overwhelmingly the response is both A and B, which is has a flat stem and is a cool season grass.
All right, that is correct. Great answers there. It is,
All right.
yep, it is not a sod forming grass.
Okay, any questions for Tyson? I don't see anything in the chat, Tyson, so I think you're off the hook. We appreciate your presentations today, and we'll see you on Tuesday, I believe, right?
That's correct. Thank you, Tim.
We'll look forward to it. With that, we're gonna break for lunch. We are right on time, so we've got 30 minutes. I'm going to start the countdown clock here and then share my screen. And we will see you all in 30 minutes. We'll get the clock going in a second. There. There we go. Enjoy your lunch.